Hello all, welcome to day 16. Where we left off yesterday, we were working on adding the new mobile app architecture. We're using a lot of how we're currently doing the conversations. So if I create a new conversation here, go ahead and pause this. So right now the market and the companies, it goes through one path, and it's going through the LLM iteration as a bunch of prompts specifically for this type of data. But we're going to add like a little spin-off area where that's going to be LLM prompts for the mobile app data. So we'll have prompts specific to that type of data. They'll have the schema, have like, hey, this is what type of data is. That way the LLM knows how to query it. And then once we get the data form that we need, it comes back into the rest of the pipeline to validate and all this stuff. That's the general idea of how it worked. Our general approach here has been creating design docs. Someone asked, what are we doing? Are we just waiting for things to complete as we ask? The general idea is like for more difficult features, they're not like, just changing like UI and things. We usually try to design how it works, and we do an iterative approach based on that. So let me pull it up here. So in the mobile app data, we have a proposed, I'm going to look at the pipeline overview. So we usually make these kinds of things where we're kind of like planning out how it's going to work. And then once we validate that, then we send that to the LLM. Well, then we create an implementation. Then we send it to the LLM, hey, let's make a bunch of tests. Once we have that, then we try the implementation. Yesterday, when we were working on this, and this is the good elements of the planning step, is like we found out if we were going to implement, because we were creating this like planning doc for integration, there was a problem with our chart renderer where it was hard coding percents for the y-axis. So it was a little bit coupled with how our current data works. So what we're going to do is we're going to start from the end here. We're going to, we kind of got into a little bit of a hole. We're going to start from the end, fix this, come back here. Hey, custom, how's it going? And we're just going to continue where we left off. So get this. This is going to be creating a doc to remove the old code. And then basically the LLM, if I remember correctly, believed that we have some legacy charts. So we don't have legacy chart renderers. They're all valid. So one thing to note is like when you're doing this, make sure not to have old files. It seems like in this case, it read the comments and it thought, hey, thanks, Kasim. It seems like it read the comments and it thought, hey, these are old chart renderers we're no longer using. So we want to go ahead and fix that by removing that old stuff. The LLM, when it scans the code base, it's going to assume everything is important. So if you have old stuff, you should try to remove it when you can. In a way, it's similar to humans, right? If you're reading a code base, you'll be like, wait, if this is here, it must be useful. So even when it comes to like text docs and like old tests, if you don't remove them, it's going to read them at some point. Maybe you're changing some code that it believes these tests align with, and it'll run the tests and they'll fail. The old tests you're no longer using. So all that being said, we're going to start with this last part. I left what we were doing in this chat yesterday. I'm going to read it just to get on the same page. So there's only today's brief. I actually started to remove stuff. So let's go ahead and take a look what it did. Oh, I see. This was the planning doc. So this code here, this is in the planning doc for how it's going to remove this. So I'm going to ask what this file is. So that way we can take a look before we run it. Looks like here it is, clarifying understanding of legacy charts. We put it in our bugs docs. So we're going to go ahead and read that. So I believe this is in the back end. So we're going to go over there. And just make sure, cool. The following patterns led to the incorrect collusion. There are two separate chart architectures. I think it's because we also put in a new folder. Comments and yes. Exactly. So we create a new folder because these are the only charts that have this like slot-based rendering, but these are also valid. Legacy meaning it thinks they're, you know, just old, but these are actually the right ones. But we don't want it to think that. Charts are production charts. Yes. In a plan, remove yes. These two. Yes. Yep. However, I think I'm going to hold off on this for now. We're just going to focus on hooking everything up first with this. And then once we do that, then we'll have one whole doc for removing all the old stuff. Oh, I see. We have a duplicate, so we should remove that. This actually is legacy here. This is the right one. Yeah, okay. So number one with this doc, for the remove unused section, you need to verify whether it's used or not. The second part is, yeah, I believe you are correct about the, we need to make sure that duplicate comparison chart is not being used as well. The number three, for the part where we're actually removing the old architecture for today's brief and question pipeline, take that out for now. And I'm going to keep going through the doc. I'm not going to send that quite yet, because there's probably more stuff. Make a brief overview at the top that's going through which files need to be removed that actually are legacy, and then which files are files that we're going to be using for our new architecture that we need to keep. For all these charts, they should all be called renderers. So we shouldn't have a folder. We should be moving all of them into a renderer, or just, you know, that we don't even have a render folder. The charts are all slot based. It's just the other charts don't really have slots yet, but they might at some point. Slots meaning like labels. Technically they do have labels, so it's a little bit of a, they have the y-axis and x-axis labels. I'm gonna change to a playlist that is a bit longer, so keep changing. Yeah, I think that's fine. So I'm just gonna make sure to clarify though. Like way up there. Make sure to update the doc. No code changes yet. So right now I'm looking at what we're doing next after we get this doc right. We're probably going to create tests for this part. I think we already do though, technically. The integration tests kind of cover that, so probably good. So it's kind of like once we solve this, then we go all the way to here. Then we can get back to, then we fix this bug with the chart render, and then we can get back to the implementing our plan that we were working on for the, where we were almost done. We just ran into this for the plan part, not the implementation. Once we're completed, then we'll be able to attach mobile app data. Here, I'll show you. Anyone's maybe confused. We'll be able to attach mobile app data, and at the beginning, it's just going to be the first iteration of this. It's just going to be like this, or this one down here. That currently works using the old architecture, but then we're going to have it so here. So how are the reviews of Instagram recently? But then it's going to be, we can start generating charts based on the data we've started collecting, similar to this one. This is our other pipeline, and it's going to connect. And we'll have the, right now we can can answer queries. Then we'll be able to have a lot of cool data being displayed. So, in case you're wondering. So we got this new doc. Files to keep, files to remove. Cool. So it looks like only tests are using these files. I see. Yep, this makes sense. Just all in the same folder. Great, this implementation makes sense. I would say add one more thing, and then you can go ahead and start the implementation. In the doc, add the files that you're going to change that are integrated with the files that work, because you're going to change the location of the two renderer files. So you're going to need to update how... actually, maybe not. So I'm going to actually just have it go, because it can figure that out as it goes. So I'm going to attach the file. So go ahead and start this this bug fix with this plan. There's no tests that need to be created for this, because it's mostly just a little bit of a restructure, deleting old files, changing comments, changing where they are. The reason we're doing that, so it doesn't misunderstand in the future when we're trying to work on things. When we were working on the bug, it had the idea of like, some of them are old files that we're no longer using. So I wanted to figure out how we could answer this question. Right now, we can answer based on the number of reviews. But we need to make sure to Oh no, it's specifically this. We don't really store like topics of the reviews. I think it would be kind of cool if we could do like a query. It's like asking how many reviews we're talking about this recently or over some time period, making some data, some charts. Check. Okay, so it's removing the old comparison bar. So this one actually we were no longer using. Yesterday we also made some changes to the UI on the today's brief, kind of smaller changes. And we make these charts interactive. Yeah, based on some ideas from Bravo. Some pretty good ideas. I guess I'll refresh the this chart render bug. Just have that doc ready because we're gonna take a look before we implement that one. I'll make sure we didn't make a new one of these. I think we made a new folder. Just a little bigger for you guys. Okay, good. We didn't, so I'm gonna go ahead and move that to the bug folder. No, not here. See what's it doing here. It's testing the imports work. It's fine. Tends to fail in the. I'm gonna go ahead and stop it. So to test this, we can manually test that it's still making the charts. So I'll do that real quick. If there's any big problems, we'll see it. So it looks like there is some, so I will attach the bug. It's probably didn't change some file locations. Right, it's more these kinds of things. They're pretty easy. Change some file locations. This is our problem yesterday. Can't really implement this plan yet till it's done with that, because it will create some problems. Okay, cool. Make sure the back end's still up. Might be one of these. Okay, good. Okay, we got to restart because this is a runtime problem. Another import sort of thing. It's using the old one that we just deleted. There's a song here. We're going to delete this one because it's basically the same as the comparison bar. Cool. So it started. Let's take a look. So we're just going to do a manual test real quick. Make sure maybe if we can catch something could be simply wrong with this. It's running, so that's good. Nice. I'm going to go through, but it's probably right. Hmm. Okay, I get it. I got it. I think this file existed and it replaced it with this one is my guess. Which is okay. Let me make sure the tables still work. So I'll just say use a table on this last one. Well, I do want to ask a question that worked previously so we know. Okay, so it seems like everything it did, it's just replacing the file, which is right. Because moving the locations and this file already existed. That's kind of like our old table, I guess. Just changing imports. I removed an old test, which is good. I think it looks good. Looks like we have an error. Something in the display, which means it's probably an error related to the change we just made. So in order to test this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to stash these changes. And then we'll see if it worked then. I believe it did, but we'll double check. Just to make sure it is these changes. Once we know that, then we can try to fix it. I think it's working this time because I think this one takes a while. A lot of years. Oh. Okay. It didn't work before, which is interesting. I suppose let's take a shot at fixing it, but I'm going to make sure it doesn't make any code changes. I want to see what... So I'm going to grab the script that I made. It looked like it did compile the data. That was from before. So this error means that it happened in the renderer, with the chart renderer, not the data collection part of the pipeline. We'll go up to the previous log. Looks like here. This is our situation. I'm not seeing in the logs. We should add a few things to the logs, which is like, which chart type did it choose if it's not already there? And we should have some way of, see if you can find a way to add to the logs whether it actually rendered correctly or not. Maybe there's something at the end where we can, right now it says chart validated and ran, but we have no period available. We want to try to cover this scenario in tests. But let's talk about it first. What do you think? Start with what could potentially be the issue, then get to the part that I mentioned about the logs. Hello all, welcome everybody. Some people joining. Working on a bug. I guess this is our next, so we're kind of in this little rabbit hole. So this next part that we've got to is a bug with the table. With this question. I want to fix it first before we continue. It was weird. Hey, Most Wanted, welcome back. Good morning. Logging after chart generation, so we're adding some new logging. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so now let's actually try to investigate the issue. Look at the question that I asked. Here's the question. Go through the flow. Right now we did the auto attach. I suppose that's a good thing to test, right? We should first try attaching the data ourselves to make sure that that pipeline part is not the issue. So it should be the market data. We have different areas that could potentially be having an issue. So nail it down first for the AI. Although this time we'll have the logs for whether or not it had the data, because it just added that. Okay. This one we had a more generic error. Usually these kinds of errors, it's because the LLM had a problem. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do two things. First, I'm gonna try asking this without the table part, because that definitely should work. Then we're gonna attach this error. Use auto attach. Question. Let's talk about it first. No code. Okay, good. So this one definitely works. Something specifically about we know when you're asking, and we actually should make a whole test suite with that. We haven't added that, which is like allowing the user to choose which type of chart. Seems to work occasionally. So the LM's struggling because it tried to access data year, data month, which don't exist as columns. We actually do have a helper for this. This is our in-period helper. Take a look at that. We've spent some time designing it. So go through our interface doc. Sometimes it's going to say things that are just kind of like guessing, and it will say it very confidently. But you have to kind of know a little bit about how your code base is working so you can point it to the right documents. So we do have a helper that's for this particular kind of case. Did it choose the wrong helper? Okay. Okay, yeah, so the LLM chose the wrong helper to use. I see. So the compare periods is in the prompt, but there's no description of when to use it. That could be. But remember, we are attaching the interface document to the prompt itself. So shouldn't it know how to use it based on the interface that we're sending? Did we not put any examples in that document? Sorry, my computer's freezing. I close Chrome. It usually is the Chrome causing issues. So. Oh, there we go. But I'm gonna close some things. Oh yeah, I forgot to close this stuff. That's why. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's awesome, Most Wanted. Yeah, it's definitely a waterfall of stuff, but it'll help, like, no doubt. Learning stuff that probably won't change anytime soon. Oh, 1 second here. Okay, cool. Okay, so interface MD is attached to the prompt. There are examples. So this is an example of like kind of why you need to know a little bit about the code base, because you can't just because it says it confidently, you have to like say, hey, this is what we're doing, so that way you can find it. Interface MD is being truncated. Is that possible? I don't think so. It actually even has the question in the exact question we're using in the prompt. So we should probably try with some different questions. The fix attempt then got the abbreviated reference with no examples. But we do have examples. It's in the interface MD. So if it's not truncated, then it should have had the example, right? So in this case, do you think it's probably just Gemini 2.5 Flash? I guess we can test this, right? Probably, I mean, there's a good chance. So I'm going to go ahead and try this same question. Maybe when the user asks for a table, part of this we have to be a little creative, right? Like, if we find that some types of questions are a little bit more complex, then we should maybe direct the user to use a more complex model, because it's very possible that this is the problem, that the LLM just couldn't figure it out. We told it how it works, how our library works, but we're using the Flash model for that question, so it was not smart enough yet. Okay, so I actually like this because then it means that it's more about what we're doing instead of, because I do want it to work with the Flash model as much as possible. So I just used the Pro model instead of the Flash model for this question. We got this error. I'm going to see what it is. It did select the right chart type, so that's good. So that means it went to the right helper, essentially. We should log what helper it goes to. Can you also log what helper it's going to, so that way we can debug it better? I'm also going to put in the script that I made. It looks like it's using pandas, which we do not want it to do. It looks like the LLM chose to use this, pandas. So let's try to figure out what happened here, as well as add that log. Let's just talk about it. So let's see. The LLM is ignoring the helpers. It's possible the LLM maybe didn't see which helper to use. Hmm. I wonder if us saying make this a table makes the LLM ignore some of our instructions, because it's like not really clear on what that means. So this is kind of interesting. So you're saying it did not choose any helpers at all. It just wrote pandas code. If that's the case, I think it's pretty clear that something about the user saying make this a table is making the LLM ignore our system prompts that we're sending in. I think one thing, it's like we don't really provide instructions for this type of scenario, which is like when the user is asking for a specific chart. We don't really give instructions, cover that instruction, so the LLM might think it needs to do its own thing because it's not covered, not a covered scenario in the examples. Let's talk about it. That kind of makes sense. We could, in the LLM prompt, it's like we could put, if the user's asking to make it a chart. Actually, I think we do say something like that, now that I remember. Oh, maybe. On a table with individual rows per year. But it does not explain, even if the user asks for a table, use the same helpers. Table renderer knows. We should validate this. I believe it does because we have generated tables before. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's funny. I think it's possible we broke for this particular type of question, we broke how the table works. So what you need to do, let's talk about this. Let's go through the flow of looking at what we're returning from the interface, the helper, and then seeing if it works with our chart renderer. So I'll attach the chart renderer. I believe we also have like this other thing in there. It's like a chart mapper. Yeah, so this chart mapper. Based on the data form, would we be able to create this chart? We're just talking about it. Vibe code 2, giving me. Yeah, no problem, Saranan. We're in this together. Try to enjoy the process. It is fun when you fix stuff. But honestly, also the bugs help you understand the code base a little more. So once you do that, then it'll help you in the future when you're working on new things because you'll know how it works. So then you can point the LLM to the right places. How much revenue currently at right now? I just have an inflation calculator. Makes like 1.5K, I'd estimate a year. It's not a recurring, it's not a subscription, so it's, you know, that could change. I mean, subscription can change too. People can cancel, so it's all just an estimate, I guess. Okay. So we did break this. So what I'm going to do, I'll find where we made these changes. I'm going to attach the commit hash and it can look. Let's see. So when we were changing the charts, we added like a little chart mapper. Let's see where that is. Oh, I guess I can look at the commit history. Can you look at the commit history for the chart mapper? So once we know that commit, then we know where we potentially broke this, because we already fixed this at some point. So, and then we're going to create tests after. So in the future, this scenario is covered. We don't have any tests for when the user asks for a specific chart. So that's going to be the next. So I'm going to add that to our to-dos. our giant hole here. And we're going down. Create a suite of tests for the scenario of make this a specific chart. Questions. I believe this might have been the commit that caused the problem. So just give me the commit hash for this. So if you guys are, maybe doing the same process, this is one reason why using Git is so helpful. Like we have all the changes, you can get the specific hash and you can plug it back in so it knows what changes broke it. And then we can figure out relatively quickly so we don't have to, otherwise it's very hard to figure out how you broke it. So you just kind of have to try, basically start from scratch there, or just dig and dig. You need the history in order to figure it out though, right? If you don't have the history. So this is the commit hash right here. December 15th. Okay, oh, it's 2 days ago, that's why. Can I look up by chart? It'd be kind of nice, but I can't. It's fine. Oh, it actually already looked through the diffs for us on that. Oh, perfect. So it's saying, this is probably true. When we replace the old table .py with the slot-based version, which is something we just did actually, we lost. So that was what I was looking at here, right? Like, I was hoping, you remember earlier I was like hoping that when it replaced this file, that it didn't remove anything. So it's something you have to be wary of, right? Like, we were saying, hey, this is the right file, but it appears maybe it deleted a function that was helpful for us. I'm gonna make sure what it said is right though, that actually happened. So it wouldn't have been this one, I guess it's a prior one. So commits to 1 F6. But yeah, it can pour through your commit history and find a specific diff that caused the issue. I'm just going to go through until I find it. Can't be too far. Might be giving me not the last. Just give me the commit. Can you just give me the commit message for this commit hash? Supporting more questions. Be really nice if I could search, man. I do not see it. Can you just give me the command? I'm going to run it and look myself to see this diff for this commit hash. Oh, this is a long ass time ago. The hell? 4 days ago? It's this one right here. Hey, Bravo, how's it going? I see. That could be why. That makes a lot of sense. So I think would the fix be to bring this into chart mapper, this generate periods returns table? Well, what do you think would make the most sense? Because it is kind of like mapping, right? It's like I'm kind of wondering though, long term, maybe we should make a mapper from each helper. So we have a mapper for each helper to the charts that could be generated for each helper. That kind of makes sense to me. So we'd have another mapper section that's like, this helper can generate these charts. Here's how to map to this chart. Here's how to map to that chart. I'm thinking that would make a lot of sense. Just a lot of sense. Just like, let's talk about this first. Right now, we're just sticking all of the mapping. We're just sticking all the mapping in one file. I think that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Everyone's all restricted. Yeah. Yes. So, okay, we're in a new hole. This is kind of interesting. Okay, so we're going to go back to day 15. I didn't change the doc yet. It's fine. So we're going to create a new area for chart mappers. I'll show you guys what I mean. I know it's probably kind of confusing, but it's like it goes from the LLM to this mapper file before it gets to the renderers for the charts. But the problem is this chart mapper file is going to get enormous at some point if we keep adding tons of helpers. And we're going to add a helper for mapper for each helper function to charts. So this is going to branch off into probably like 10 to 20 different functions. So we're making it a little bit more well structured. we're going to do this structure over here, which will be more maintainable and less confusing. We can quickly at a glance see, okay, we have this helper, which is what we provide to the LM for creating the charts, to this table, to this table. We create some new functions. We keep it nice and clean. That's the idea. And we're going to create a bunch of tests as well. So that way we don't break this, because the problem was we made the change that we didn't notice. So how do we prevent this in the future? Create a bunch of tests for our chart mappers. And it's much easier if it's all well structured. And hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this, create this new section. But before we implement this, let's create a plan on how we're going to do each of these. You have the list of helpers to charts, I believe, already. Double check with me first. Let's create this plan. We're going to put it in the chart mapper folder in docs. In this, put the files you need to change as well. But definitely worth investing time into this, because yeah, otherwise we'll create the same issue, right? Of like over time just breaking things. So this is I'll maybe format this. I'm butchering this. Okay. I don't know why my formatted version's looking the same. Well, that doesn't look much better. Whatever. Anyways, let's look at the doc. So over here, and the cool thing about these docs is we're going to consistently like attach it whenever we're doing something. For a particular area of the code. So have to make sure it doesn't get outdated. Otherwise, then you wouldn't want to. So I try to always say, hey, update the doc if we make changes. Cool. So it has all the helpers to the different chart types. Yes, this looks pretty good. We could put this over in here. So this already works, I think, just with this output works with these, I think. Can you get a little more specific as to which output from the mapper is going to work for each chart? That way, as we're implementing it, we get it exactly right. So it should be really clear, like, okay, we're going to output this from this helper to this chart. The mapper should output this for this chart. You also need to make sure from the helpers. So you should, for every one of these, you should have the input that you're getting, the input you're getting from the helper, and then you're going to have the output that you're going to map it to for each chart. So you're going to have first, for each helper, you're going to have the input. Then for each chart, the output, they're going to send over to the renderer. Then we'll validate that. But the important thing is that it just knows when it implements how exactly that's going to look. You guys don't mind, I'm gonna go grab a coffee because I accidentally spilled mine. So yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, we got our coffee. Let's review this doc again. Should have a little more detail so we can validate. So the chart mapper is our helper functions. It's going to map it so our renderers can use the data. The reason is each one of these helpers is going to need to be mapped to a certain data scheme that the render is going to expect for each type of table, each type of chart. So we're creating a little intermediary layer. This is the input from the helper that's going to be sent to the mapper. This is what we're going to map out from this. So we transform this to this. So I guess let's see if that makes sense. I think these are we're adding the labels. So some of these charts have extra labels that we add. So that's why we need the mapper in this case. I think each one's going to be a little different. So in this case, we're mapping this to what the primary bars and stuff are going to be for the bar chart. So in this case, it's like you got the labels that get mapped to the bars. Kind of makes sense. Cool. And the table is going to look like you have periods. It's going to be for each row. Looks pretty good. I think the only thing we should clarify in this document, though, is that when we put in data like this, we want to make it clear that this is optional. So the data that is optional, the LM doesn't try to add stuff and hard code things that shouldn't be there. We'll see if it added that at the end of the doc. Okay, so maybe found one problem. The helper currently doesn't include year labels. They're coming. Okay, see, that's kind of good to know. That's kind of like similar to our chart renderer problem where it only supports percents for the y-axis on one of the charts. I think all of the charts actually that have a y-axis. Okay, the only thing is like, I notice you're putting in a lot of explicit examples in this doc. One of the dangers of doing this when we're going to implement is that we're going to hard code some of this stuff. What you need to do is make it very explicit that these are examples in this implementation doc. And number two, all the optional, because we do have some optional outputs for this mapper, specifically with those like slot-based or you have like optionally you're going to put in the legend this and that. We should make it clear in this design doc that these are optional. So it depends on the type of question. And make it very explicit in this implementation doc about the way it currently works. We need to keep all existing functionality. So the current chart mapper, it is functional. So anything that it currently does, we don't want to break. So that should also be explicit in the doc. Hey Brian, how's it going? Brian, are you a software engineer as well? If you're still here. We'll move this over here in this folder. It's kind of like our dispatcher. I don't understand this function, so it's kind of weird. I wonder if we currently have this. That's why I put it in here. Compare periods as year labels. So definitely not this, because it should depend, the label should depend on the type of question. We kind of depend on the LLM to create the periods that make sense and then the labels that make sense. Based on the user question. So we shouldn't ever hard code anything. And, oh, we will have years, we'll have this or that, because it could be anything. It could be accounts. We'd have to cover every type of thing that could ever exist as a label. So again, hold on, I think I realized something. So save this. I think our system prompts we forgot to update, or because we made some changes. And I'm thinking that because it made this mistake again with the... So we're going to run this command here. Oh, first we're going to copy this. Get them in NeoVim sometimes. And then it's this location here. I'm gonna quit here. I'll just create new. I think it might be oh yeah, we didn't even put the I put this, but we need our updated version. Well, we did have this line, the backwards compatibility thing. Hey Soded, how's it going? We're updating our system prompt. I think we have a few extra here. My bad. So, it's got another chat here. Oh, nice. Yeah. So when adding global level system prompts to Cloud Code, do you need to reload? If so, is there a command? Might be /reload. Nope. Because we haven't reset our Cloud Code in a while, so maybe that's why that didn't pick up that instruction. Or maybe it just sometimes doesn't work. It's possible. So I'll just give it the explicit instruction for this case. So we don't care about backwards compatibility. What we care about is making sure we get all of the structure correct. The same, everything, the same functionality should be the same. It just should be refactored into this new approach. The same core functionality, the same current functionality, with some new mappers as needed from to the chart renders. Oh, I see. The Cloud MD files are loaded at startup, so that explains. Oh, I can do /memory to see what it's doing. That's nice. So I'll do user memory. Oh no, it has it. It's here. I make sure it's on this one once we copy it, make sure. Oh, it's because I have it open over here, I guess. Yeah, that's here too. I mean, technically it is kind of backwards compatibility, but what it tends to do is keep the same file when it says that, so, and like do a bunch of weird workarounds, so. There was a function here that didn't make sense to me. Which one was it? Oh, is this the updated one? There it is. Oh, this is not the right one. It is this one. It's confusing. So it's this one here. So make this change. And over here, I'm going to ask this question. Is this low? Clear. I'm trying to understand, look at this file. Why did they include this function? Is this something we currently are doing? We're detecting which helper goes to which mapper. If we're doing this, I think we should talk about this because we could just call it. You know, we probably don't need to do any sort of higher level than that. Like we can just call which mapper to use. We don't need another intermediate layer. That makes sense. Just like call the function. So we're just talking about it. Don't make any changes. Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, here's the idea, right? Like we're going to call that high level in the dispatcher, and the dispatcher will figure out, hey, this goes here, this goes there. Check out what the dispatcher currently does. Let's talk about it. It's a file in here. We could just read it. I think it should be a pretty simple file. Oh, never mind. We actually don't have one of those. Wait, was the original idea that this would be in the dispatcher file? Was that what this function was? Why it's in the docs? Is that where we would put it? If so, just make it clear in the docs that's what where it goes. Oh, okay, gotcha. Maybe I missed that. Yeah, I think the I don't think we need to auto detect based on the data that's being sent. That's kind of weird. Like basically we can just, it's going to be sending, hey, we want, yeah, I think actually you're right there. It should be, we have a explicit helper that it will tell us what helper was being used. So we're not doing any extra auto detection. It's just because it could be a little flaky at some point. If we ever change the type of output we're doing, that dispatcher will fail. We're doing this auto detection. It's a little weird still, but it's fine. Okay, I like this quite a bit better. Because before I was actually putting in data, but now it's being clear that these are variables. All right, one extra thing, just make sure that you went through the helpers. All of the helpers in this file, and you made sure that what you put in this doc is correct as far as the input goes. This is just to validate that there were no hallucinations. So scan through all of the files in the interface, update the input, and if you need to, update the output. Oh yeah, see, it did hallucinate some data. So yeah, just make sure to double check when it's doing a lot of stuff like this. Okay, cool. All their helpers match the interface MD exactly. Did you actually make sure with the files directly, just to make sure that the interface MD matches each helper function? So just cross-check that too while we're doing this. I'm just going to send that because while I'm reading it, you can just make a double check that all of these are matching, because it's going to be important. And we're also going to make sure it matches with the chart renderer too, the output. And once we have pretty reasonable, at the very least, if we do have bugs, it might just be just some small things, hopefully. But we'll create tests first from this doc. Oh, it looks like it maybe didn't match. Interesting. Interesting. Did you make sure to update our doc that we're making here too? Nice. Okay, good. Next, go ahead and validate that the output matches what the chart needs, the chart renders. So go through every chart render and make sure that it matches. I'm gonna attach the folder. It's reading. Looks like I maybe missed some things. I'm curious. Oh, no, it's up here. Yeah, it did. Always good to double check. Oh, just adding validated. This stuff isn't important. So why are you putting in the implementation details of how the chart renderer works? It doesn't really matter. What matters is that we just pass in the right data that the chart renderer needs. That's the only thing we're going to put in this doc. We don't need to know how it works, the chart renderer. It's just a matter of like, it needs this information. What you're doing right now is validating that we're sending the right information that it needs for all of the charts. from the output of this chart mapper, these chart mappers. So I got a little bit too engaged. Wanted to pass a bunch of extra info. Might not hurt, but if anything, it just causes problems when you implement because you're just sending a bunch of unnecessary kind of information about how the chart renderer works, and it just doesn't really matter. Hey Kumar, how's it going? Thanks, Koi. I'll call you Koi. Okay. Right now we're just doing plans, so we're kind of planning out how this will work, making sure it's right. Then we're gonna write the tests. Then we get to the implementation. Nice. So it sounds like, let's read this one more time, but it sounds like this might be a go. We're doing a little bit of restructuring for the long term. So that way we can continue to do things and not get bogged down. Add features and things. So we're kind of restructuring one file that we have and making it more organized. And we're going to keep adding more and more as we go along. So we create these planning docs. So great, define the input. Not really sure what this part means with oh, I see, that's for the labels. Okay, that's fine. That's our input again. It says it's the same structure. I guess that's fine. Nice, that works. I'm on the Cloud Code Max. I upgraded to the $200 one, but the $100 one was really good too. Like, you could do a solid. You could be doing a lot of stuff. Like, it's hard to max it out. We did a few times just because of the sheer amount we're doing this. But overall, like, we did it for the first like 6 or 7 days. We only maxed it out 2 times for the 5-hour period. So we still had enough for the 7-day pretty easily. So for the $100 one, if you're willing to take a break, maybe you do 3-4 hours, so you're like, get the max, like, okay, take a break for a few hours. That's pretty good value, in my opinion. Because everything else, like if you did the same amount that we were doing on like Cursor or something, it would probably be like, I don't even know, $500 or something over a month. So based on our prior experience. All right, so we're going to create the test first. I think it's good. Kind of all makes sense. Okay, let's go ahead and create the test for this. Oh, actually, before you do that, one additional change. Make sure that, it's fine. We'll just create the test. It's a small thing. Let's go ahead and create the test for this. So we're going to create the test for this first, and then you're going to, after doing that, you're going to start the implementation of the chart mappers. The tests should just be unit tests on the chart mappers to start. Don't do any of the integration yet. We're just going to create these files first. Then we do the integration. Before I do that, I'm going to attach a few things. I'm going to attach the chart renderers. Oh, right. I should have clarified. Yeah, anti-gravity is also a good. You get some free credits, so you don't need to necessarily jump right into the $100 a month thing. The anti-gravity, you could do pretty solid work for free for a while. Hopefully that doesn't change. And Gemini 3 Pro, I use not an anti-gravity and it works pretty well. But for some reason, whenever I use anti-gravity, it's really slow, so I don't know. That's kind of off and on. For some reason, it's not allowing me to attach things. Make sure to I'm gonna go ahead and before I start that commit, because it's gonna be a large change, we change some tables so that way they oh no, this is just moving. This is just moving it. Nothing too crazy in these changes. This kind of docks small refactor. I don't like how it's doing this here. Okay, I'll note that. We'll fix the comments there. I don't like how it keeps adding legacy stuff. It says like we're using legacy. Just confuses the LLM. Okay, now we'll start it. I don't know how time is going by so quick. I don't know how it was already 3 hours. Feels like I just entered a time warp. Like... So we're creating the tests here. Chart mappers. It's the music, man. It gets you in a trance. It's like, what? I just woke up. How is it 3 hours later? Let's see, what can we do while we wait for these tests? Creating the mappers. I suppose we could create this suite of tests. These are integration tests, so let's do that. Change the song here. So I'm gonna copy this here. So these are going to be integration tests. These questions are like this format. This is an example question. What you should do to create these tests is take a look at... I'm attaching our test documentation. And look at the insights and deep dive questions. And basically, it's going to be these questions, but the user is specifying a table. For now, these tests should only be valid requests. So the user is going to ask, like, we're just going to assume the user is only asking for tables that make sense given the question. And we have that mapping in... I'm going to double check that, but I believe we do. Interface. Yes, so here's our mapping of charts that work for each type of question. Yeah. Cool. Once you're finished with these integration tests, go ahead and add them to the test stock, the tests MD. I'm going to change that because it thought I said stock instead of doc. I probably understand, but for some reason it's really slow. I'm going to restart this terminal. This one in particular. I'm going to update cloud code because it's just really slow recently. I haven't upgraded in a while, so... Oh, whoops. Oh, we don't want to be in the docs folder. That's fair. Yeah. Sorry, let me double check what that said. Brew upgrade cloud. Okay, there we go. thing I don't like is like when I paste it, I can't. How do I edit what I pasted? Okay, guess I gotta edit on another place. So we're currently doing these last two things. Pursuit tests. Let's see, while these are running, can we run this? Let's see, but quick question. Oh, that's just this. That's what we're doing. These two will solve this bug. So we'll be able to cross those three. We can still do some stuff here. Actually, we can do that over here. I'll do that in the terminal down here. You guys can't really see this one, but so this idea of the slot-based render and stuff, remove those comments. It doesn't matter, right? Like, just remove that because it doesn't matter how the chart render is implemented. It should be very much, this area of the code shouldn't even know that. Just we're passing some data over to the render. That's the only thing. So just remove the comments. It gets confused based on the comments. Oh, see, look, our system prompt work. So before it always failed with Python commands, like at least 4 or 5 times before I'd run this, stirring up the Python environment. So that's good. So it's running the tests, making sure what we added worked. Let's go ahead and look. So it created a bunch of unit tests, created our mappers. All right, cool. I have a few questions. Number one, where's our dispatcher? Is it the same one? Let's go ahead and just talk about it. Yeah, I mean, take a look at the implementation plan. So you need a dispatcher. Let me grab the file name. Not this one. The refactor plan. Should have named that better. For some reason I can't attach in this anymore. So let's talk about this. Are you saying we don't need this dispatcher? If so, why is this? Because my idea was we would need to. So what about the current implementation means that we wouldn't need it? I'm going to attach the charts and the it's the pipeline pie, right? Still can't attach, so hopefully you can find it anyways. Exactly. That's why we need a dispatcher. Instead of the auto detection, I would rather that we at some point pass in which helper was used to maybe we even make changes to the pipeline there. So that way we save what helper the LLM chose. It's going to be helpful for logging anyway. Does that make sense? So in this next change, it should be a very small change. So scope this. It should be just, we're going to put into that input which helper is being called. And then in the, just do that one thing actually. Just do this very tiny thing. It should be just a one line change. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, cool. Will this be piped all the way through to the mapper now? Will it be available to our thin dispatcher, or do we need to do anything else to pipe that data over? Yeah, let's go ahead and extract that. We're going to pass that helper. We'll just extract it for now. Once we extract it, just do number one of that, and then start the implementation of that thin dispatcher. It should be in the charts mapper folder. Charts mappers. Cool, that's perfect. So now I'll start this next file. We'll ask it to make tests for that one as well. It should be a pretty simple one. So is it trying to run? Okay, yep, that's fine. Just running the tests again. So I created a new little... I didn't want it to do it here. I'm gonna discard this change here. I suppose that's fine. I don't know why it changed that file though. There shouldn't have been any test failures because we were just changing the dispatcher. So I'm going to tell it undo the changes in chart mapper. You should be able, and partly some of this stuff happens because we're talking, because I think it may be misunderstood because I wasn't explicit. I didn't type it out. The changes in chartmapper.py, make the change in mappers a new thin dispatcher, then run the tests again in case that's the issue. Okay, we created our new tests for the scenario of the user's asking for a specific table. We're not going to run it yet because we know it's not going to work. So it's here. So I'm going to commit that. We'll try it later once we get to that point. So now it's running the tests again. Cool, the test passed. It's good. Where did it add the new one? Where's the thin dispatcher that you made? You should make that if you, it looks like you haven't. So put that in the mappers. I'm just gonna type it out so it doesn't misunderstand. It's folder. It should make tests, so I'll cancel it. After doing that, make tests, and tests worked. sorry, one more thing, and add it to the test SMD. Once we have that, then we're on our way to popping these two off. Technically, we already did this one, but we need to test these tests. Next part is integration with our new mapper files. And we'll run a full integration, all the integration tests. And then we'll see if everything's hooked up right. So it made some changes, and it's going to test the dispatcher, see what it did. It's a pretty simple file. It's okay. I guess it works, I think, but I don't know why it's not just getting the key and checking. Might not know the key. We can make that small change. I notice you're doing this. Is it because you don't know the key that this is stored at? All right, we've got to do that part. Turns the helper, pipeline extracts it, pass it. Gotcha. Oh, it's just a fallback. See, it loves to do that, the fallbacks. Yeah, it's fine for the moment. But now we're going to hook up everything, so we're going to ask it to remove that. First, I'm going to commit this, though. So all of our new tests, they're unit tests, though. Then we'll run the integration test once it's hooked up. Okay, let's go ahead and do the next step, which is integrating this with our architecture v2. And so what you need to do is you're going to need to integrate on both sides with the question pipeline, and then the latter side, which is the chart renders. Let's make a little plan first before doing that. You should include number 3, which is passing the helper to map to chart, which we're not doing yet. So include that, it should be a relatively simple hookup, but go ahead and make this small document, put it in the chart mapper folder. Okay, we're going to read it. Simple 2-line change. And then also the chart render should be a little bit more changes in that. You didn't add the part where you actually integrate it with our chart renders. Is that already implemented? That you're forwarding the you're actually dispatching to the chart renders already? Okay, this is really stupid. Let's remove all this stupid stuff about this slot-based path. It's kind of annoying. They're all slot-based charts, right? So in the pipeline, remove all comments related to that. And take no heed to this. What I was asking, though, is about specifically in this folder, the charts. For some reason, I'll restart this Cloud Code instance because... Yeah, let's just go ahead and make this one registry because this keeps coming up. It doesn't matter. So just one registry. Don't reference this idea of slot renders. It's just kind of annoying. So just make this change. Because it keeps getting confused with this idea of like, there's two different charts. It's like, nope, all just charts. And some of them have extra slots. It's fine. It's no big deal. What applications are we currently building? I'm working on this. It's kind of like investor research tool. The bulk of the effort with this, almost maybe 30-40%, is we're trying to support this idea of people can ask all sorts of questions and get charts, custom charts on different data sets. They can ask like, hey, I want a specific chart. So this is a little bit complex, and we're getting there though, slowly but surely. I think it's a really cool thing that I'm gonna have fun with, and we're gonna add a lot more types of data, like use anti-gravity. I do sometimes. I use Cloud Code for the bulk of the stuff, but for design we use anti-gravity. Specifically Gemini 3. So I'm gonna see what changes I made to remove the slot-based stuff. You need a co-founder. I'd say, feel free to add me on LinkedIn or something. Definitely if you're working on similar things, it's kind of fun. Connect with people that are they're doing some similar stuff. So if you're interested, I'll put my LinkedIn, I guess. You can find me. It's just my name here. You should be able to find me based on that if you're doing some stuff. Mary passed, one failed. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Some Firebase thing. Did you make this change also in the pipeline? So make sure to remove all references to this idea, different types of charts, like the slot-based stuff. If you guys are wondering why sometimes I'm just waiting, it's because, like, all the other changes here are dependent upon these things. Like, if we do not fix this, none of this stuff will work. So we do build the tests simultaneously. So we create some tests, but like jumping into the actual implementation without it hooked up, it's probably a bad idea. Yeah, I kind of give like a overview here. It's like an investor platform. You can put in your portfolio and do tracking. It solves 3 problems. Number 1, there's a lot of newsletters, financial newsletters that are not very customizable. Like you just kind of get a bunch of stuff, but you can't actually choose what kind of things you'll get in the email every morning. And so this will give you like personalized to your portfolio, cool insights. We use AI portfolio insights. We make cool data. This is kind of like like I said, kind of the bulk of what we're doing is being able to answer cool questions and send them to people every morning, and then supporting their ability to follow up and do more research. Like we generate this chart, they're wondering, hey, what does this mean? Cool, let's generate more charts. You can currently do this, different types, but like I said, there's a lot of work to be done as far as like supporting as many questions as possible. Right now we have like 7 or 8 different types of charts, so I'll show you. Oh, we should create an example page at some point, which is like showing all the charts, because right now I have to actually go and generate them. But if I go in the past briefs, you can see like we have a histogram, we got tables, and these are questions are all randomly generated with the AI. And we provide a library for the AI to use so it knows how to. There's another kind of chart. These are the old ones before we made some UI changes. Oops. These are inline chat. We should probably fix the formatting there. So I'm looking at this. Does this provide enough information? I think it does, yeah. Bravo. Honestly, I'm not really sure if I'm looking for a co-founder, but I'd say that I'm open to connecting with people because, some people might be applying to like YC2 because I think I might do that. And I don't know, it's be kind of cool if we can work together, especially if they're working on a similar kind of project. I do know for YC specifically, it helps to have a co-founder because you'll have a higher percent chance of getting in. So I maybe like for accelerators and things like that. But I haven't really thought about it very much, to be honest. I'm mostly kind of just like working on this. So I would need to think a little more. What do you guys think? Do you guys think it makes sense to, like, are you guys working on stuff and you're maybe looking for co-founders too? I'm not really sure. How do you know when you would need to do that? Maybe for accelerators, or maybe like someone else has a really good skill set or something. Just curious. 18 Squire. Feel free to rewind. Don't mean to blow you off there, because I don't want to have people, they're like, man, this guy just repeats himself like 40 times on the stream about what he's building. But I just said it so you can just rewind about, just a few minutes there and you can see what we're building. Maybe I should just make a video so I can direct people to what we're building. But the problem is that'll get outdated pretty quick, so don't know. But I guess I could give the general idea. Anyways. So now we're going to hook this up. We made our bunch of unit tests. Oh, it did change this file, which is kind of a big change. So you can share a repo link. So if you want, I can contribute. Oh, right now this is, I have it as a private repo. I have some other, I mean, if you're really interested in working together, that was one of the reasons I don't know if you're interested in this kind of thing, but I wanted to find people to work on this game with. This is a public repo. Right now the UI is a little bit weird, but if anyone's interested in working on games, AI is really good at 3JS, which is this library for 3D 3D games on the browser, and it's a lot of fun. So I have a lot of fun working on it. If anyone's interested in that kind of thing, granted, this is not the kind of thing that would be very easily made. It would take quite a long time unless we have a lot of people working on it. Anyways, this particular one I'm keeping on private for now, I guess. Yeah, but I have some others that are open source. We made one on day 5 and day 6 that's open source too. It's like a little tool for some creators. If you guys are also YouTubers, you can create reels and things like this. Anyways, I was reading this doc here. Yeah. You can look up it's GitHub dyoburon. My GitHub. If you look up, you'll see it there. Okay, I think I see what happened here. Gotcha. I think agents makes it odd to have a co-founder at the moment. I definitely agree with that idea. Like, in general, it kind of makes sense to me. You keep it as lean as possible. Unless you're really sure that you need a lot of people, you know what I mean? Like for the game, pretty sure to build something like that, you need a lot of people. One person, unless you're willing to put in a lot of time. I mean, it helps if you know the person for sure. Let me change that. Map to chart. I'm gonna look. Okay, it did define this. That's good. So is this now fully hooked up with the pipeline? So it's going to call our new chart mappers now. Do we need to do anything for the chart rendering side? Because there's two hookup points, right? So we have our chart renders, and then we have the pipeline hooking up to the mapper. The mapper's in between the two. And then if it is fully hooked up, we'll run all the integration tests. Not all of them, but maybe like 20 or something. Go. So we're going to go ahead and run. I'm going to pass in the test SMD. Take a look at this. We want to run a set of integration tests, probably like 10 or 15, to test this pipeline. Kind of just basic questions just to make sure everything's hooked up and we're generating the charts. So I attached the file that tells it how to run certain types of tests. I'll show you guys what that looks like. Just kind of keeps track of all of the tests we have this far. So it'll find the command to run. Oh, it's not able to find the testmd file. I'm gonna go ahead and restart this instance because that's having trouble. Eh. It's kind of weird. I restarted and it still doesn't let me attach files. Oh, I can't on any of them. Oh, there we go. This one works. Weird. See, this is why I don't upgrade. I upgraded, now I can't attach files. What the heck? Do you guys have this problem? I'll just move this one over here. This is our broken one. look at I'm gonna check the database because we have this cloud function. I want to see if it is updating for today some of our data. Oh, nice. Yeah, I got the data for yesterday. Not today, I guess. It runs every day at, I think, 12. Was it creating tests? Why is it doing that? We already have tests for this, so I'm telling it to just give me the just run a few of them. Okay, let's run just this one. Let's see what happened there. Yeah, so it says it worked. Okay, cool. So it might actually be working already. Very curious. New setup here. It might fix this bug. We'll see. That'd be pretty cool if it worked one try, but I kind of doubt it. This is possible. Oh, nice. Didn't quite get it though. Instance should be years. Kind of close though. I wonder if the LLM interpreted it as let me ask some different types of questions though. So let's say I don't say make this a table. Is it going to still do what we expect? Nice. It broke the period though. Unless that's what it was before. Let me check. That was from a long time ago. In a way, that's the same bug as this one, right? The period is broken. January, the first year. Oh, I'll do June. Make sure these charts are different. They should be though. So we're gonna fix this. It looks like they are. I'll fix that bug with the. Oh. Make sure the scripts are different. Yeah. So apparently June and January are the same. I'll ask a third one. Make it March. Cool. So what we're going to do is try to fix this bug. We're going to create some tests for it first, though, for this particular thing. So that way we can just run that in the future if we run into it again. This looks like one failed in our tests here. I think it's possible we don't have that. So we're going to send that to the LLM. Oh, not this, but the logs. These are the logs. It might be because we don't have DXY in our test data. Double check that. I'll attach it. So we save kind of a sample of our data for the tests so they run faster. Okay, it's not in the test set. Yeah, let's go ahead and add DXY and BTC, and then run the update script for that. See, it totally misinterpreted what I said there. So run the update script for that data. And then we're going to add a bunch of tests for this particular problem. And then we'll run it. I could probably do that over here. And we'll fix how this table is rendered too. So right now the periods looks like we're having an issue here. What we want to do is try to come up with a way to test this through integration tests. We want to essentially figure out whether the periods that it's using for a table or a chart, any type of, the x-axis, y-axis, for a table, it's the instance. We're trying to make sure that these make sense given the question. Let's develop a testing plan for that first. Put this testing plan in the bugs folder in docs. So let's see what it's trying to do here. Yeah, just create the doc plan, and we'll planning doc. We'll go through it. Honestly, here's what I'm thinking as far as this testing plan goes. It's kind of a generalized test, right? So I think it should be an LLM type test where we're actually running the question to the Flash model and asking what year would have made, or I mean, what label would have made sense based on the question, because I have a feeling that's going to work. And so that we're just going to make these tests very simple. So it's just like we run through the pipeline. At the end, we ask, did the label that it generated make sense based on the question? And then that's going to determine whether it passes or fails. So this is kind of a probabilistic test. It's going to, as long as we label it as such and we understand kind of, and we go through when it does fail. But I think that's probably the best way to do this. You can't really hard code this kind of thing because labels can be anything. So you could try, but so go ahead and rewrite this doc for this idea. One thing you're going to need to figure out is, is the output of the chart render going to be enough for you to get this information about what we put the label as? So you're going to need to investigate this area. Cool. Ran the test, so it added that new data set. We're getting situations like this. As far as like the periods not being chosen correctly, there are instances and says signal period. What I want you to verify is go through the pipeline. And we want to see, are we actually making sure the LLM is outputting what should be on the period length? And the period could be, it could be occurrence. So we need to come up with a good name for this, right? If we haven't already, the period could be occurrences. It's essentially a label for the chart, right? What we're measuring is another way to think about it. Do we have something like this already set up? Because we should be piping that data through all the way to the end. And if we're, maybe we're at some point we're losing that. So let's just talk about it first. Maybe we're at some point. Okay, sure. So let's read this doc. So it actually found the root cause, supposedly. So let's see. Helper function returns. This does not include the labels. The mappers already support the labels, but it's just not populated. Okay, great. That advanced AI agents. I assume you mean like if you're using some Flash model or something. You know, all of this, it comes down to, it's just a tool. It's another tool you use. If you don't know what you're doing, you're not going to be able to accomplish a whole lot. You'll be able to make some cool prototypes and things like that, but nothing super substantial, I think. And it's going to be hard to deploy it to the public without knowing anything. It's just there's a lot you need to know. So you do need to learn stuff along the way, but you know, it's just a tool that you use like everything else. You could definitely use the Flash models for autocomplete. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, chat on, welcome back. Good to see you. He's locking in. Helper functions returned list. Don't include the labels. The actual. So I'm gonna read this doc here. What it's come up with. Let's go Gemini CLI. You only use cursor. I use a cloud code. So it should be in our new doc over here. And bugs. I see. That makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. I think this is an easy fix here. I'm going to start with the tests first. It's kind of what we've been doing recently. Then we're going to run those, make sure those are correctly failing, as they should. Building AI agent trading bots. I haven't been doing any trading bots. We're mostly just providing information. I suppose in theory, if we provide enough information with this platform, eventually, maybe we could do something for fun. Right now we have 3 types of data. General market data, company-specific data, that's just generic, fundamental stuff like the valuation, and then mobile app data. But in theory, maybe one day we have a large amount of data. Maybe we could try to make some little trading bot. That'd be kind of fun. That'd be actually a lot of fun. But at the moment, if we did that, it'd probably just be not that interesting, I think. It'd be hard to... Well, it would just default to whatever the performance of the model is currently. Unless we could maybe eke some performance out of the prompts engineering. But, yeah. I think there's probably a lot of people doing that, so maybe we'll just focus on the data collection part. So right now I see that you're kind of doing this like manual extraction of the label. I think what I'd prefer is that we actually... I want this test to get the actual label. So I think we're going to make an implementation change. Here's how it should work. At the beginning of the pipeline, we're going to have an additional prompt that's going to specify that the LLM is going to send Actually, all we need to do is change this dock here. So for the labels, we're going to document this here in interface and make the changes to pipe it through all the way to chart mapper. God, this is glitchy. Charts mappers. And then it should get to all the charts. So this change requires quite a few changes across files. So make a plan for this too. Make it in the same place. You're gonna call these changes just piping chart labels. I must have missed your message, rational logic, but it looks like you deleted it, so I didn't see it in time. So, sorry. So creating a new doc. Once we implement this, then we'll do the tests. The reason I don't want to implement the tests first is because it's going to do some weird like extraction, and I don't really want to do that, I guess. Of the labels, I'd rather just have it available for it to use, so the tests, we don't need to modify the tests later. So go ahead and make a plan for this. Well, let's talk about it first. Which do you think makes the most sense? Do you think instance label and then we just change interface? So I'm talking about the same thing over here. Because we're going to iterate in that doc a little bit. So I'll show you guys what we're doing. We've added a new rabbit hole, which is fix the labels. But you guys will see it's going to be like, once we solve this, all of these are going to be done, and then we can get back up here, and then we get all the way back to here. Why did it get interrupted? Did I do something? Continue. Oh, cool, it already made a little plan. So take this into account. This is also you. So for our plan, you should consider this doc. For this doc, consider this information. I will be right back in 1 minute. I'm going to grab another coffee. So.
綺麗だね夕焼け光る運河の土手を原茶で二血して見つかっちゃって心配顔の前で
Hello. Sorry for inflicting that song. One moment. Okay, yeah, let's create this doc. That is good. Is there a planning doc to fix the labels? That's in bugs. Alcohol. Oh, I just didn't see it. Chart labels. There it is. Yep, all that is right. Good job. Yes. That kind of makes sense. So definitely we do not do step 5 because don't put unnecessary information in your prompts. No reason. I like how it gave us some examples. Instance label year, series label December return. What is the series label? Is that like... We'll simplify it a little bit. Oh, I get it. It's the label for... It's like on a chart you have at the top. This will be March returns. You get label and then you have the series. A little weird though. So for this one, where would the series label be on the chart? That part confuses me. It's in the legend. Is the series label already there, or are you adding that to be in the legend? Oh, it's already there. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so how many fields are you actually adding? Is it just that instance period? Just ask. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Hmm. I'm thinking about what this means for our scatter plot, things like this. We should make sure this instance period makes sense for every chart. So I think in this plan here, we should do a little output of what this instance period would look like on every chart type. Dude, just do the changes. So that way we can understand what that might look like. So in this document, I want you to put, for every chart type that we have, you can see this in we want to know what will instance period mean for that chart type, right? So go through scatter plot, go through the drawdown, and basically just explain like, hey, the instance period, this is where it's going to show on the graph. This is for us just to understand that this one field is going to work for every chart. Hey, Alita, how's it going? Welcome back. Believe I've seen your name before. Sounds familiar. Right now we're working on it's kind of rabbit hole we got into, but we're making progress, slow and steady. What happens is we're working on something. We're like, hey, here's a bug. We're going to fix this bug first because it's relevant for this. And now we're on fixing the labels. We're adding tests. So, but we're getting close. Once we get this, then we can cross out all of this stuff, basically. And then we can keep moving up the ladder. Our goal is to make it so we can have charts for mobile data, mobile app data. Cool. So I'm going to read the doc now. Made a little diagram. That's kind of nice. I made a diagram of the charts to show us what this new field is going to do for us. It's kind of funny. I can draw these. It's cool. All right. So instance label. So I'm a little confused, right? Because some of them are going to have explicit labels that the LM is choosing, and some of them are going to just be numbers, right? So how are we actually figuring out when to apply each, right? Because you put for one of them, oops, delete faster, cloud code. You said in this case it comes from the data, not the instance labels. So do we have to have some logic for when we choose data versus the instance label? What's kind of the idea here? Oh, it's already built into it? Oh, cool. Nice. This kind of makes sense. So this instance period is only in the case when we're asking questions that are in compare periods or in periods. Is that the idea? That makes sense, actually. Cool. And then I think we're ready to implement that, create the tests. Let me read the doc, rest of the doc, make sure it's all good. Just remove step 5. I'll just do that. I suppose, can you double check this to make sure this is right? Like, list all the types of questions where we would need this label, this instance label question. I mean, this instance label field. If you are sure that this is the case, based on the question types, let's go ahead and update the docs to reflect that. I think it is correct. What if we need multiple labels, though? Oh no, I see a problem. That doesn't make sense. What about this question? So, like, if we're asking this type of question, this instance period needs to be not just one thing. It has to be many different years. Map already supports labels. So you're saying, can you point me to the code or the problem in this type of question? It's kind of like we need to be able to answer all types of questions that would be like days, years, months, any time period, really. So how can we make this change so we can adapt to what the script is saying? I think we already did at some point. Let's take a look at this. This is going to be part of the fix. So they're all in the same doc here. There's the label itself, and there's the actual collection that we're doing. It seems like it's specific for these like in period instances. I'm gonna generate today's brief. It appears this is only going to work for years, though, right? We want to support all types of time periods. Cool. Cool. We got our daily brief. Go through, make sure everything makes sense. This looks a little wacky. Hmm. This one messed up the baseline. But it could be related to our current code changes. Also, we'll fix maybe this part because it should have a little bit more topical based on the day rather than just volume. There should be some other things, unless truly nothing interesting happened, which should account for bringing the news and things like this. So low volatility. Looks like our sentiments, market sentiment, we have to work on a little bit. Doesn't appear to be updating too much. It's probably because I think it has very wide ranges for the VIX. It's like 15 to 20 or something. So this is another rabbit hole that we're going to add. So it's not years for in-period data. Not hard-coded, I meant to say. We're going to add tests for that as well, that particular type of bug. So you have the compare period. I think it makes sense to add that new field, because I think this is very specific to the compare period. And then we have instance period. Compare period is what the x-axis would be, for example. This makes sense, but what would be, we need to create, let's create a new doc for this. This is going to be the compare period fix. We need to accumulate on any arbitrary time. Not quite anything. I guess we're going to limit it a little bit in scope. Actually, why? I think we have to. We can't allow the user to ask, unless we just have a timeout, right? They ask for a collection in milliseconds and it starts running a script. We already do have a timeout, I guess, in the pipeline, so then it just times out and we just return an error. I think it kind of makes sense. So we're going to try to support any timeline, any collection of points that we can. It just has to be limited within, has to be able to compute within, 30 seconds or whatever. So we want to be able to support any arbitrary time collection here based on what the user says. They could even say seconds, I mean, we don't have that data, but we technically don't have that data. We should respect what the user is trying to collect. Have as accumulation x-axis points. It's points of collection. So we need to develop a plan for how to do this. Go ahead and put this in bugs. This is going to be a new plan. Before we begin, though, let's list some options for fixing this. Let's see here. Option B. Needs labels in the code. No, I don't think so. Add label helper functions. Extract data dates. I don't really like any of these, actually. I mean, let's consider how we're doing it for the years. What's an alternative plan? I suppose we could limit it in scope, but I'm trying to figure out, is there any reasonable way where we're doing this accumulation and having the labels be very flexible without too much changes? Sorry, guys, 1 second. Compare periods to years, or do you want to compare periods itself? I'd like to do arbitrary groupings. However, if we cannot come up with a reasonably good solution given our current pipeline, then we'll just limit it to a few items, months, years, and weeks as well. Well, ideally weeks. I gotta do something over here real quick. Add a simple group by parameter with limited options. Group by year months. Yeah, we could just do this. I think that's probably it's the simplest change. And most people are going to be asking years, month, weeks. However, someone might ask how many times. What if someone's asking for occurrences? Like they say, how many times did this happen within a period? What even chart would that be? I feel like that's not even a chart. You're asking how many times did that happen? Is there any type of chart where people are doing in period analysis with occurrences? I'm trying to think of a question that someone might ask in that flavor. Okay, I'm done with what I was doing, so I can focus. For occurrences count. Already turns labels. Okay, good. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Compare periods. Let's try to fix this problem. So create this doc about compare periods. I'll talk about how we're going to fix it and how we're going to also add months and weeks. And we're going to go ahead and add those cases to the tests as well. Right now they're all years, so it did pass. So yeah. But put this all in the plan first. We're not implementing anything. It should go in the bugs folder. Okay, so that will solve this problem. We're just going to support years, weeks, months for just a very particular kind of question. It's called an in-period question. When you're asking what happens between this and this period, the labels need to be like specified, right? And so because of that, we're just going to limit the type that we support, because otherwise it's just going to be very tricky. And after that, we'll get to the labels. That was another bug. So that's the label for in a way, they're very similar. but I'm just going to make them separate plans for now. Label one we have here as well. It's this one. Nope. This one. Yes. I think this plan looks pretty good. It's lazy loading renders. Okay, I see. It's still putting these in a different category. Huh. This doesn't make sense. Oh, I see. It renamed the functions to be render. I don't think if this would have broke anything. I don't think so. If something does break, it's probably because of this. We'll run the tests. Remove this from the dock. We're not going to have any backwards compatibility. Just, commit to this idea. Doesn't matter if we specify. That's in our system prompt. It always likes to do that. Okay, and go ahead. We're going to make tests for these particular kinds of questions. So make sure to add to, in this doc, there should be a testing plan for how this should work. Okay, so we're sending the field all the way through. for the first one, the chart labels or instance label. We made another doc, which was the testing plan. No. Let's see. Right, period labels testing plan. Let me read that because we're going to do that too. I'm just getting the right order of how we're going to implement all these. Because we want to go in the right order. Which order should we implement this? I'm kind of thinking first we should start with piping the data through, the new data, like the instance instance label, things like this. Look at the docs, see which parts are talking about piping the data through. A chart labels implementation plan. I'm going to read that real quick, and then we'll get started. Okay, great. So it's already doing this. I think we just jump into this, and then it's 2 docs, right? Cool. Let's go ahead and implement this then. Let's do before we do all that, I'm going to make 2 separate commits. One without this kind of risky change here. Because if we do have problems with that, we can plug it in. And I will commit this. We're going to just call it I'll make it risky so that way when I'm looking later, if we have any problems, we come back to that. Cool. So we're starting our implementation, fixing the chart label, and then we're going to build tests for that, and then we're going to do our next plan, which is the compare periods labels plan. Yeah. Wait, can we do this simultaneously? Let me look. They do kind of modify a little bit different files. But this chat is the context, so to be safe, I'm just going to wait till that one completes, and we will continue. Oh, while we wait, we can fix this, the sentiments, sentiments analysis here being a little bit, it's not sensitive enough, some measurements. So the sentiment gauge is not sensitive enough to some measurements. It's been the same for a couple days. The reason is because I think the ranges that you put on the VIX are too large. So it should be percentage based on what the VIX is. So like, for example, it goes up like 1, you know, it should change the equation a little bit. So we shouldn't have these like wide ranges. It should just be based on the number that the VIX is. And that's how we calculate this. I'll attach the actual file instead of the docs. I think this chart may be wrong too, so I'm going to, I guess I could ask AI here. It's kind of fun. I think it might be wrong though, because it doesn't really, it's a little strange looking. That's a lot. We'll look at the script too. What we should do is put like a little, well, I guess it's in the database. We can go grab the script and see if it's right. I'll go do that actually, but I'll just ask this first out of curiosity. Oh, for some reason it's forwarding. Oh, there we go. For some reason, because we passed in that we're a contrarian investor, because of the preferences, the LLM likes to use the word contrarian like a million times in whatever you ask. Like within this one paragraph, it said the word contrarian like 4 times. Let's see. 1, 2, I guess up here. 3, okay. Regardless. Oh, and here, contrarian. Oh, finished. Cool. That's running the tests. I'll just run it myself. Work on your own startup project. Yep. Working on this this thing here. We're running the tests. Make sure that this change worked. So it looks like the chart is wrong. So I'm going to grab the script from the database and we're going to figure out what happened. I've noticed this pattern a few times, so it's something related to our histogram. Tell me a little bit about this project. Yeah, it's like an investor tool. You get today's brief. It's personalized to your portfolio and makes you generate some cool data and charts that you can look at. So it's running a bunch of scripts on historical data that we've collected to give you cool analysis. That's the idea. So, for example, this one's the benchmark got messed up for today, so we'll try to figure out that. And then, so Google 52-week high returns subsequent 1 month, 3 month, 6 month. Or Google 52-week high generates the script, runs it, tells you often it outperforms. Looks like it doesn't outperform compared to the S&P over those time ranges. It's a portfolio tracker as well, so you can plug in your portfolio, get cool statistics that will be everything, not just like, so it's kind of like a collection across your brokerages. Sometimes when you get the statistics for one brokerage, it's kind of hard to consolidate everything. And then you have this research tool, which is where you can create your own charts, ask questions about what you saw on the front page. So you can say, hey, what does this mean? And send it to the AI, although it looks like this one has a bug. So that's actually pretty good to know. I'm going to take a screenshot. I'm going to stay in this bugs folder. I'm going to do it on my notes. So on the December 17th brief, third graph, sending to AI, gave no data. I wonder if it's related to our current code changes. Let me try some of the others. I think this one worked. Okay, interesting. This one. Okay. Let me try the prior days, out of curiosity. Okay, that one worked. Oh, I think it's always the same chart. It's the bar chart it's having trouble with. So we'll fix that. Appears to be... Okay, so we just finished running some tests. Looks like 3 failed. So we're going to pass the logs over. Hopefully it created an output for us. It did. But didn't save the log. Oh, I think it didn't actually create logs, so we'll just grab it then. I'll ask it to correct the tests. Okay, it's max I can get. Looks like some logs failed, but you didn't save it into a logs file, so make sure we should always put it in the output, same way the other tests are working. Go ahead and add that to the test MD. So the test MD should say, hey, these tests output into a test log for those that run, and creates a new folder based on the date and time. Hey, Mr. King, how's it going? I meant to say some tests failed. So right now I'm grabbing the script that had a messed up. I'm gonna add that to my notes too. Here it is. Okay, making this change, sure. This is a small change here. Okay, so it's going to create the logs, but did it actually fix the problem? Or okay, it just added the log. Okay, fine. We'll run it again. Because I'm not even sure I got the whole situation. These don't take that long, so. Okay, cool. Yeah, these are actually hopefully gonna make this. Let's see. Oh, this kind of worked. Oh, great. So this actually worked. So that's good. Changed our label, which means we can move on to the next part once we validate. We're probably gonna add a few more tests though, because we want to try firstly fixing this one. Then we're gonna add months and weeks. Okay, so create a bunch of test period labels. Nice. Nice. That looks pretty good. So far, it's working pretty well. We're going to add weeks, though. This isn't really an Imperial question, I think, right? Wow. Added 55 tests for the sentiment index. I think that's probably way too many. That's okay. It's not that serious. Hmm. I think that's fine. I'll commit the sentiment stuff. Sentiment index and the test sentiment. Oh, thanks, Ramlo. Okay. ZR tested. 6 passed, 1 failed. 1 failed. Oops. What did I do? Where are we? There we go. So take a look at these tests. 1 failed. Which one failed, and can you identify why? Don't fix it yet. Just let's talk about it. This actually worked. A little suspicious. We need to add a week data. Creating your own project also. Can you tell me about privacy policy in terms of policy, how to add them? We're using some templates. For the privacy policy, just think through what you're planning to do, with your project. I guess I don't really have any input, just do research and what you're collecting, things like this. Our app is not fully deployed yet, so when you log in, it doesn't do anything at the moment. And we're just probably nuke all the logins when we deploy everything again. And then we'll update the privacy policy. We haven't fully figured out, because there's some GDPR stuff and things like this, so we're going to figure that out before we deploy again, the backend part. Failed tests is label election years. Hey Elvis, how's it going? No, you're trying to curse or something? I imagine is that the I don't know if that's the bot or not. I don't think the bot can stop that though. Not sure. So it shows drawdown executed. Oh, it's just a broken import, essentially. Yeah, let's go ahead and fix the broken import, and then we're gonna rerun this particular one. Okay, so fix the broken import. Number 2, let's add a bunch of new tests, which are going to be testing weeks and months. So we're gonna add the same amount for weeks and months. Is that Google No Anti-Gravity? Over here it is, yeah. We mostly use Cloud Code. Yeah, I use it occasionally for like design and things. The agent there, I use Gemini 3 for design. Function is named render. Let me see what it's doing there. Oh, I see. Our drawdown is using the comparison bar. Can you explain? So is the drawdown is using our render comparison bar function, so it's just reusing that logic there. Okay, so I added some new tests too. Let's run them. Okay, we want to remove that. So this is a really annoying thing that keeps happening. We even added it as a system prompt. Hey, please stop making these fallback paths. But unfortunately, we couldn't quite. We're going to need to keep iterating on it. So please remove this fallback logic. Go through all of the charts rendering. We do not want anything falling back to another chart because it's hard to tell when there's a problem. So I'm attached to the charts folder. So anything that's related to fallback logic, show me first, and we're going to go through them. Do your homework. Yeah. Sure. Yep, exactly. Go ahead, do that. So election years, is that a new one? Let's see in this one. Then so the next part, we're going to implement this plan over here. So we did the period labels. It appears that it already has implemented some of what we were doing here, because I'm noticing it fixed it like this. Interesting. Hold on. Okay, exactly. Okay, so it will fix that. Vibe coding, it's almost not writing code by yourself. It's when you're just giving AI tasks, waiting for the iteration, it will be done. I think it's, so if you think about, you know, if you're not a programmer, you might think about programming as like that last step when you're typing. But programming is, it starts from the system design, and you know, all of that stuff is actually, that's more of what you're spending your time doing as an engineer. So the programming is actually the last probably 20 to 30% of what you're doing. So like when you first start a job, like maybe 80% as a software engineer, you're going to be 80% programming. Then after that, you move more and more into design. What AI allows you to do is it allows you to focus more on design. So you start with the system design, you create these docs of like, how is this implementation going to work? You review the docs, iterate on the docs. Normally, you know, before AI, you would just iterate with people. Now you can use AI to help you iterate on the docs. And then you get to the implementation plan, and that's just implementation. That part I leave to the AI, and I create the docs. So basically that last 30%, you can use the AI to do a lot of prototypes and stuff and not have to do this process. But if you have kind of like a complex, you know, over time your projects can become more complex, you do need to plan it out. And so, yeah. So I hope that makes sense. It's like, what we're doing is the high level planning. You might see me waiting around sometimes, but yeah, that's kind of the gist of what we're doing. We start with high level, iterate, then the execution we leave to the end, bug fixes occasionally we leave to the AI. So okay, so remove the fallback logic. So let's see here. But I guess you were just asking what vibe coding is. I guess everyone defines it a little differently. I put it as the title. I have my look like the same guy, which is constantly coming in, vibe coding AD. Oh, I think you're talking about that, I think bridge mind, right? I don't think we look that alike, but I suppose it's I suppose there are some similarities, maybe. Unless you're talking about someone else, which is possible. Okay, I'm just gonna commit the part that's about removing the fallback stuff. So that's in our charts. So here, here, here. I think that's it. Relay correlation. Strength. Yeah, I think that's all the things. Oh, no, missed this one. And this one. Go. Right, so our tests were running here. We're going to go through and see how much of it failed. I'm curious if it worked on the months and weeks. Aha, it worked on the months. What about the weeks? No. Interesting. For some reason it defaulted to 5-day. Oh, I guess that is true. It is technically 5 days. Because the market's only open 5 days. Weekly returns after VIX spikes. That actually kind of makes sense. Hey RJ, how's it going? So you will understand easy what and where AI put or wrote the code. So you're right in the sense, like, what do you sacrifice if you're using AI to write a lot of the code? Here's what I do. Like, anything that's just like not super complex, I don't really need to understand fully. For example, a lot of the UI stuff, how it's using the, for example, like, we go to the portfolio, right? Makes this chart. Do I need to understand how everything works in this chart? Probably not, unless there's a lot of bugs and it doesn't work. Then I have to, doesn't really matter. However, with the generating this chart, these charts, it's pretty complex how we're doing this. Like, there's a lot going on. We're predicting what data to attach. I mean, in that sense, you do need to know, hey, this is how the code works, because you will not be able to progress, and eventually you run into a lot of bugs. So if you don't know how it works, you can't really fix it. Even with AI, it's like, yeah. So for this particular, we want to keep adding more and more data. So in order to do that, it has to be maintainable. So we spent a lot of time designing how this works, and we iterated with AI. We used AI, right, to help design with us. But at the end of the day, like, it's kind of like you're the manager, right? You're choosing what makes sense in architecture you want. So that's kind of how I operate. Like, some stuff I don't need to know really that much. Especially like UI related stuff. It's not really super important. Okay, I'm gonna check on the tests one more time. I think it's still running, and then we're gonna go ahead and run pass the logs in to try to fix some of these that didn't work. Looks like this one didn't work. This one didn't work. Okay, cool. So let's see if the results, yeah, the results are in, so I'm gonna pass that in. So take a look at these logs. Looks like we had some failures. Let's first talk about what are the issues, investigate what are the bugs we have here, and show me. So let me look at our notes here, myself. Okay, so we're kind of almost done with this. I think there's a few test failures here. And then we're going to double check that this was implemented, but it seems like it was. Oh, right, I can run a little test myself. One of the problems we were running into earlier was this one. So we have our automated test, but let's see what this does. Oh, I forgot to attach the data. Oh, I did attach actually. Okay. So let's see what the problems with the tests are. Code generation bugs, the LM doesn't follow the exact format for helper functions. Periods must be strings. What did it do? Did it do a number? Oh, so 5 tests were invalid. First one, I'd say actual vibe coding is when you prompt. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're right, right? Like, is the title of this YouTube video, I mean, these YouTube videos, like, strictly 100%? Yeah, I mean, are we just sending in prompts and not looking at the code? We're not doing that because we couldn't accomplish our goals. That's what we did. But with that said, there is no term, and this is the problem, right? There's no term to describe what I'm doing right now, right? It's like, what is this? It's not vibe coding, but it's also not normal vanilla programming. So it's something in between. We do our designs and we use it for implementation. So I don't know what to put as the title. It has to be vibe coding, I guess. Regardless, I think it does fulfill the idea of like people want to learn how to use these tools in a productive way. So it fulfills that. So I'm going to keep it probably. Yeah, definitely RJ. I'm going to start with number 1. Can you tell me like specifically what happened with number 1? I'd say that's the most important problem, is that the LLM is sending things that are not strings. So what exactly happened there? Yeah, thanks, Joni. I wish I could make... Wait, we should just program our bot. What am I doing? Hold on, I'm gonna do that. We have a night bot. I'll just say when someone asks working on, it will send what Joni just said. I'm gonna literally copy what you just said, because... Thank you. Well, not exactly, but the gist of it. I think it has to be a command, though, unfortunately. Can't actually just send it. Let's see it. Oh, well. Okay, we're gonna try this command. I just saved it. See if it works. Okay, boom. That was a good. Thanks for that test, JSH. Some insights. I might make some videos. Can maybe summarizing some things. Anyways, so tune in. Also, feel free to join our Discord or something if you, because it's kind of make like a little community. All right. Interface. The LLM generated M. C. It is what it is, you know? We're using the Flash model, so sometimes it's just going to make a mistake. We kind of accept that there are going to be some problems with these charts, and we sometimes will return an error. Unless they use the Pro model, in which case we can return an error less, but we still will always return an error sometimes. What about this one? This one didn't even have a chart. So this test failed with no recovery path. What happened here? No, JSH, we've been, I'd say we've probably put in close to 100 hours, yeah. 2 of the days working on this were this open source library, open source creator tools. And I spent a few hours working on this before this series. So probably close to 100 hours. Which is a lot, but also, you know, it's pretty easy to spend that playing a game like Skyrim or something, so I'd say time's better spent. At least we're learning things. The Skyrim's pretty fun, so. So this is the bug that passes the map slots, legacy render, recovery path render. Yes, yeah, we use AI in this process for render. So why is this? This seems to be a bug in our chart renderer then. So it's not what was returned from the LLM, right? I use Cloud Code. So the Cloud Code does have conversation memory. It passes in the system prompts that you set optionally, and it passes in your conversation. So I tend to have a conversation running and then clear it whenever I'm working on something new. And I save stuff over here and come back to it. I try not to make too many running at the same time because it causes some bugs. And you can get into a hole if you get too crazy with it. Oh, great. So I'm glad that this one is a bug with our stuff as opposed to the Flash model. Oh, perfect, perfect. This is an easy fix then. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, exactly, JSH. Sorry for assuming what you meant there. It sends the context of your investor profile, so what kind of investor you are, things you care about, which we can autofill for you, or you can set it yourself. So what's your general approach to investing? What kinds of things are you looking for? What are some themes and catalysts that you're interested in following? Time horizon, sector. We take all that, we pass it into your research workspace every time you send a question. So we kind of know what you're looking for, and you can go to the day's brief, bring stuff over, send a chat, bring it over. In this case, I'll go to this inline chat, which maybe should have an option. Maybe you want to send it over here. Yeah, so that's what it does. It also has the conversation context as well. So you can create new charts based on, like when we're generating this chart here, right? You can continually iterate on the chart to make it what you like. It's a little bit of a data analysis tool, I would say. And that's actually probably the hardest part, is getting that to work. We've probably spent at least 40% of the time working on that architecture and stuff. So yeah. So this was the risky change that we made, which I thought maybe it wouldn't break things, but it did. So we can undo it, or we can just fix it. I will probably try to fix it first, and if we can't get it working, then I will just revert that commit, and it should be fine. So let's go ahead and hook up all the charts to this new registry. You shouldn't need to change too much. It should just be like you change the functions to be named render. And I don't think it's too complex. No, I don't use those. Choose Cloud Code. I should maybe try it. I haven't tried this yet. But I really do like the workflow we have going right now. For me, it's just about right. But I would wish that Cloud Code made less, listen to my system prompts a little more, because it does tend to ignore it. Alright, specifically, I don't know why it does though. Maybe it doesn't send with every chat or something. So I'm going to keep track of what changes here, because I might want to discard it. I'll change the song a bit. To write all the files, maybe we should have attached like a doc how these files work. think my general flow is going to be just... Hold on, I'm going to set this as a recorded window. So I'll go like this and... Okay. Makes it much easier to read. Do that from now on. Because otherwise I have to go and get up desktop. So if I could just read it as it goes. All right. So change the function name. Here's this annotation. One of the risky things about this, though, is sometimes, you know, it'll remove functionality. You're doing kind of like a reformat. I was kind of hoping it would be a really simple change where we just change another bug, the iTerm, or cut code. Okay, I'm discarding this. I think it's changing a lot of stuff and I don't really want to. Let's see here. Yeah. I'm going to specify so these are all the new things. I'm going to discard all of them. Make sure nothing in here was... I don't think so, yeah. Because it checkboxed. So here we want this to be very surgical. We don't want to change anything. Essentially, we just want to hook it up, and we should take an exact amount of exact same data. I'm going to attach a file that's saying the data that we're taking in. The change that you make here should be the smallest possible change possible. Then I'm going to attach the file that says like how what the data is that it's supposed to take in and input and output for each chart render. So that is in the chart mapper. So that plan that I'm attaching has already been implemented, but take a look at it should remain exactly the same. The way the chart render what it takes in from the output of this file. Before we begin, tell me how little you can make this change. Does it require substantial changes? How little code you can change, I meant to say. It's either that or go the other direction, because we have two files that like change to this other registry or something. I guess it's like some sort of... Actually, we could just look. So it's the comparison bar. And it's in the base. I think all it needs is it just needs to be a function called render, right? Render. That's the only thing it would need. I spend before I upgraded to Cloud Code, I was spending 130 because it was $100 a month for Cloud Code. Now I'm spending 230 because I upgraded to the 200. So yeah, pretty pricey for the amount we're doing. I mean, pretty pricey, but for the amount we're doing, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, and it's a subscription, so it's not only the 30 is my testing stuff. I'm using the Flash model, so it's not too bad. But yeah, a little pricey for sure. But if you're the anti-gravity one is great to get some free credits and use it for design and things. So don't update any files. I'm just asking because I want to talk with you about it first. Unless it was reading. I think I might have misunderstood what it was doing. Hmm. Yeah, that's what I've made thus far. I can have them and check them out if you want. Some of them are not really finished. Like, actually, probably a lot of them. So are you saying the way the way that we've implemented these mappers, the drawdown and recovery path wouldn't work? In which case we have to change it anyway, so. So it looks like the mappers were implemented incorrectly then. So let's fix the mappers so it's compatible. And then once the mappers are compatible, then it should be a simple change, right? So just let's talk about it first, but I believe it should be a simple change, right? Hmm. Because then it's just changing it to render. Okay, cool. Yep, let's go ahead and change the mappers then to output what the renderer expects. For those two specifically. Once you complete that, make sure to update the tests and run it. So right now what has happened is we noticed that there were a little bit of a problem with our implementation with two of them. So we're fixing the chart mappers. That's this part. Once we get that done, then it should fix some of the tests that failed. Cool. Nice. I think that was a simple fix. That's good. Cool. That makes sense. Cool. Now let's go ahead and hook up everything with the registry. So now it's this render. So that should be a small change that you're going to do for all the chart files. Once you're completed, go ahead and run the tests again. Actually, there's I don't really want to run the integration test because it'll take a while. I think it's fine. Yep. Let me read this as it's doing it. Look at the other tests real quick. What were the other tests that were failing here? So this was one that should be fixed. What was about the other ones? Which chart was this one using? We will see what percent of these was that particular problem. Let me look at this real quick. So if I look at the base, have we registered every type of chart? Wait, did you actually add? Why aren't we adding the scatter, range band, histogram, bar highlight, grouped bar? Is it because it's not in? I attached the file. Yeah, let's go ahead and remove bar highlight and groups bar. Those were kind of stupid. They just look like bar charts. That's the same thing. Yeah, but first tell me for these three, how much, what are the changes that would need to be made? Is it as simple as what we've done so far? Did we add mappers for these yet? The scatter, histogram, and range bands? I'm going to check if we did. We might not have. Looks like we did not, right? Oh, for the... Can you, let me see. If we added none, then we're going to investigate. Let me see in this file. Are we ever forwarding to, so we are forwarding to the histogram, to the aggregate. What about the scatter? Do we ever use the scatter? Looks like no. Range band, anything here? Oh yeah, right here, yeah, for sure. No, this is just really stupid what you just said. It doesn't matter, right, what how the data is. Please, if there are any comments related to this slot-based format idea, it's just data, right? Like that's being passed in, and the main goal is that the renderer just needs to not know. We were just decoupling how it's rendering versus like the logic behind the values that we're passing into it, right? So that's the only thing that matters. So anything that led you to believe that, please remove it. But show me the what we would have to change to make these work for the renderers. And I'm going to attach the file of the refactor plan. So right now we're outputting a certain format. Right now, tell me the way that the mappers are working. Are they not? It's clear they're not outputting in the right format. What would we have to do to change the mappers that do map to these charts? What would they have to change? Ideally, we're making these changes in the mappers. Because we already made our plan. Don't need to change it. Yeah, okay, so it's removing all these dumb comments about slot-based. Gotta be careful what put in there. Oh no, that's right. Okay, it's changing the right thing, yeah. Okay, so up to range band, yeah, that's fine. Yep, that looks pretty good. Then I'm going to ask it about... Actually, I can validate that part, I think. I need to ask that. Okay, cool. I'm going to make sure that it aligned with our plan. Hey, Johnny, on in Washington. Did you align with our refactor plan? Everything here, so can you make sure and validate that the input the chart mapper expects, rather the output that the chart mapper is sending to the chart render matches what you've done for the chart renders. So go through each one of these. So we're just double checking. I'm kind of rethinking a little bit. My workflow at the moment. Something to think about. I think it might have been faster to create the files because we had a pretty good idea of we created our design doc, right? Create the files, go through, autofill the file based on like a few high level things. Well, I don't know if it would have been faster, but maybe a little bit. I don't know. Worth a shot, I think. For these kind of problems. Cool. So it's validated. Looks like this is good. I'm going to go ahead and run the test. I want to run specifically this one. But I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to just trigger a recovery path chart manually. Now that breaks sometimes. Don't really know. There. Oh, looks like the back end crashed. I'll restart it because it might have been while I was making code changes. Nice. So that worked. That's good. Well, kind of curious what happens if I say make this a table. I don't know if that type of question works with that chart. We'll see what it does out of curiosity. This never worked historically. I'm not even sure if that makes sense as a question. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure you can't ask a question like this because it just doesn't really make sense. How do You'd have to be like 30 lines on the table or something. How would you answer when do the... Maybe if we just do the first part, it might work. We didn't specify like whether you use days or whatever, so... Aha! Huh. Nice. This actually worked. That's ridiculous. We should probably put a limit as to how many. Alright, cool. I'm pretty happy about that, even though it's not limited. Okay, the next component we were going to do is making sure that it's not just going to be... it should display the year, right? Not the number. But that was the next plan that we made. So I'm going to run the tests. We're going to see how many will pass now. I think we're probably going to get mostly passing. And I'll probably put in my notes to limit the amount. Hey Shri, how's it going? Shouldn't be more than 15. Right now it does this, which is a little crazy. So we should, it should add a little LLM prompt to direct it to choose a measurement. So in this case, it should be probably just doing averages. So it should be like a week, 4 weeks, or you can even do 30 days, but that wouldn't fit within the 15 limit. So it'd be a little bit of a change there. Once the tests, we see what the test results are, I'll commit these. Nice. I'll try a few more while it's running. I'll run my own tests to see how much of this is working. Let's see. So nice. Okay, so we have the plan to do this. We'll limit it to 15. And then we'll get the right years. Although I kind of want to see if I say that, make this a table, weeks. What happens then? It's probably going to be a bajillion of them. It'll probably go till it times out, I think. Because this is an insane amount of data. So it should be an error. Unless it somehow prints like 10,000 in our chart. Or like 1,000, I guess. We'll see. Let's see, 100 times 4. It's actually not that many. 400. It's actually less than that. It's 200. It's either going to show 200 or fail. One of the ones. See how the tests are going. Okay, something happened here. I think we might not have TNX in our test data. It's possible. So far, so good. So if anyone's tuning in here, what are we doing? We're trying to allow for very dynamic chart labels. So we're running tests on, so the user can ask all sorts of questions and get the right labels. So you can see this one's a custom label. And the LLM figures out what to label the axis. So like even I don't know, like, okay, this one's kind of weird, obviously, but it's not bad. You know, they can always iterate on it. If it comes out with a certain result, they can be like, I would rather it have that. The LLM can iterate on the chart, so. Okay, so it looks like our test here timed out. It's because there's like 200 weeks. I have an idea though. I wonder what would happen if I did this. Rows should be in weeks. Only have 4 weeks average. We're testing how much instruction we can give. 1 for each week in January and in March, I mean. That should run much quicker. I'm not sure if you can give this kind of level of instruction with our current pipeline. We'll see. Maybe. This one's weird because, oh, it's just earnings season. We don't have earnings data, so I was kind of confused. Cool. So far, so good. I don't think this one worked. Otherwise, it would have been really quick to generate. I'm curious to see what script it made, though. Oh, the log's completed. I mean, And the test completed. Nice. So label Santa Riley. Let's look at that one. So it failed after 2 attempts. Invalid JSON. Interesting. That must be an LLM problem, fortunately. Valid. That's the script generations. So all 3 of those things are, when we're using the Flash model, it's going to have some problems occasionally. So we'll have to accept that sort of problem. I'm curious if I switch to the Pro model and I ask this question if it'll work though. This one will take a while though, so I'm just gonna do other things. So we can cross out a few things. We fixed the accumulation, so it's not hard-coded years. Now we support different types of data. Before it was like, if you're asking an in-period question, so like what happened between this and this time period, it could only give you years. So now we can do all sorts of things, which is kind of fun. Fix labels and add tests. Yes. Now it's we are going to implement the next plan here. Which, if I pull it up, right, we're still hard coding the percents on the y-axis, so that's the next step on quite a few of our charts. We already made this plan, so it's just a matter. Oh, I skipped one thing. This is the next thing. This is the next plan. The next plan is in bugs 2. I create a new tab here, kind of building up our. And it is in chart mapper. No, some bugs. Yes, so we did the period labels testing. I'll make sure. Right. So the next step is the actual chart labels. Exactly, yeah. Cool. So first we're going to commit our changes. It's good progress. So it's fixing label bug, add tests. Validates. It looks like so we implemented our prior plan, the testing plan. And the actual labels. So we actually passed that through now. We get the right labels, but there is still a scenario listed in this plan. Validate. Look at our new changes. So go throughout the pipeline flow and to clarify that it makes sense still and that everything looks good. I'm going to read it too. Yeah, exactly. Plan is on the compare period. Yes. So double check with this plan. Will this work for all types like weeks, months, years, not just years? Oh, right. Yeah, that's exactly right. So we are limiting the scope, I remember now. Once we change this, okay, good. It sounds like a pretty simple change actually. Let's go ahead and implement this and add to our test suite for this particular problem. I'll attach the test file. Oops, didn't mean to send that. I want to try another thing. Makes this a table, limit the rows to 5. I want to see what happens, out of curiosity. Okay. So that causes an error. Oh, it's because it's making code changes. That's why. So we have to wait. Oh, great. It's updating the interface. Wait. Doesn't need to do that. We'll see what it does. I don't know why it would need to update that. Oh, I guess changing. That makes sense. We could add one more occurrences. Someone might be asking how many times this happened between here and there. And somehow we make a chart out of that. That's running the tests, making sure everything's still working. Okay, cool. All 146 tests pass. I think those are all unit tests. That's why they're so fast. I always find that cool. All right, I'm gonna let it compact, and then I'm going to See if we can add occurrences. I think it would be cool if someone could ask, hey, how many times this happened between here and there, and somehow create a chart. I don't know what chart that would look like, though. Because that's more of like a specific question, right? How many times? But you could maybe make a chart of occurrences. Showing a certain time period. That sounds like maybe more like a type of, like a scatter plot or something between the two. Many times. It's updating our test documentation. We can run the tests again and see if it's, so what will it fix? It's going to fix this scenario. Instead of it saying year 1, 2, 3, it's going to be the actual year. Let's go ahead and run that. We could just wait till it finishes though, because, oh, that's fine. I'll just run it and we'll see if everything still works. Cool. I'm going to be right back, guys. I'm going to go grab a coffee and eat a little bit. And I will continue. And we'll let the unit test run and everything.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars, I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
Thanks, RJ. Appreciate that. So, what I was saying, I really want to try experimenting with Julie, say hi. What we're going to do is upload our data set, create some charts, and compare theirs versus ours. Just out of curiosity, I haven't really done this. So I'm going to go grab our data set. Do another tab here. One of the data sets we're using here. So I'll just put in some stock or something just to start. So we'll put in this document here. So we're going to do something, just do a side-by-side comparison. So if I ask this question, make me a chart. I'll do this with Perplexity as well. So what does Julius do? Creates, starts to create a script similar to, yeah, actually, Joni, we already do this. This is part of what we've been working on. So our pipeline's getting pretty complex. So I was thinking while I was getting my coffee, I was like, maybe if we made something really neat, if it's like somehow better than, well, I'm not going to get to that. I mean, it shouldn't be. Okay. Cool. So that's basically what we've done here. But I would say, you know, let me just make sure the results are the same roughly. 21. So we go to 21 days. So I'm kind of curious. Can I do like a bunch of iterations? I mean, our chart definitely looks better, but can I change the style and stuff? Okay, but there is a like a thing that we do differently. Let me change the song. Like, what do? They have the AI write the whole thing. So they write the script to analyze the data. They create the chart with the AI. We drastically simplified what the AI has to do. So we said, hey, here's our library. Just call our library based on the type of question. We'll build the chart. And this does help simplify it, right? Because how many charts do you really need? Like we have like I think 8 different charts. So because we did that, we simplified the code that the AI had to make and made the chart look a little better than could be achieved with like a pure generation. And we also have our validation part of the pipeline, evaluation, this kinds of things. So I'm gonna try iterating on the chart. So let's say I ask, so the keys are in the legend is going off the screen. I want you to change the chart to look similar to this, and I'm going to attach our chart. See what it can do. So upgrade, use multiple files. That's fair. Basically, I'm just going to put upgrade the styling so it looks nice. I mean, if you think about what is the purpose of a chart, right? Your chart, you are giving it to other people to communicate something, and you want it to look nice, right? Like, there's two aspects that the chart is, right? But also that it's fitting into, it's like looks professional and all these things, right? Like you can't put this chart into a professional PowerPoint, something like this. Like this chart does not look particularly good either. I'm gonna try a perplexity. Let me log in. So I'm gonna ask the same question, and I'm gonna attach the data. Oh, I forgot to say make a chart. I'll restart it so we have a fair comparison. I'll see what it does. I'm gonna see if I can iterate with it too. So this one didn't work. Well, I'll do one thing just to make sure it's a fair comparison. So if I do a new thread and then put in the data. So this really cannot achieve what we're doing, right? We cannot just... This is kind of interesting. Here's what I'm thinking, right? There are people that need to make nice charts quickly, or they would like to. There's a lot of people on Twitter, they're making all these charts, and you look at, I'll show you. A lot of people that make, people pay a lot of money to be able to look at these kinds of things. Someone has to make these. Spend a lot of time on the styling. And when I try to use these, like, I mean, maybe there's something else, but it's like, why can't I upload a data set and get a nice chart? Let me talk with the AI though, because there's probably another place I can go. I'm talking with the AI over here. I will show you guys. Anyone's watching. Well, let's try that, right? Like, I'm going to upload the data set to Gemini. I'm going to say, hey, make this chart. I think it's just going to give me the code, right? But okay, there we go. Okay. So Gemini did a very good job. Nice. Hmm. So I'm gonna try to iterate with Gemini here. So let me plug in. I'm just gonna go ahead and do it on Safari. We can Let's see. Change the days after signal to be weeks. Let's try a harder question. Well, we'll do that for now. Let's see if we can iterate on that. And I'm gonna investigate something else. If I say make this a table, right, what will it do? Let's try that. I'll just do it over here. Okay, cool. Yeah, it did it. Worked. Let me try a table. This is going to be a good way to compare what we're doing too. So we could use Gemini as kind of like a cross-check. The charts that we make. I don't think they exposed this in the API though. They can like return you an image, return us the code, I suppose. Okay, cool. Now let's try one of our, we're gonna attach more data and see what it can do. And the best you can do is get the script to generate the thing. It's kind of what we're doing, in a way. We get the script, we validate. It kind of makes sense that doing this yields a good result, comparable result. But you know what? Let's go ahead and try without our reference image. That might be interesting. Because that would be more comparable to what a user would do. Because right now we're pretending to be a user who wants to make a nice chart. They don't necessarily have exactly what they're looking for. They do have the data set. We assume that. I'll just say make it look nice and professional. I think it'll do pretty well, but who knows about more data, about what type of chart, what it will make. But part of the value of what we're creating is like, it's the package of everything. It's kind of the idea. In the same place, your portfolio has all your stuff. We provide the data. You don't have to go find it. So this is interesting, right? Without the reference chart, it makes something that looks really bad. So like, let's say someone's trying to use Gemini to make a nice chart. And they get this. It's like, okay, well, there's no way I can use that, right? In order to generate a nice chart, they're going to need an image, and they might not know that that's the best way to prompt to get a good looking chart. So that is kind of interesting. So what have we learned? I'm going to put it in my notes. Existing solutions tried so far. Might be some friction for a user to generate a nice looking chart. They can certainly generate a chart, but but using Gemini with a reference image but engineer a bit in order to get a good result. But we could use that as part of maybe a selling point, right? It's like you could literally do that side-by-side comparison where you generate the same chart with each of the platforms and make like a demo. It's like, hey, here's ours. Like, we'll make you nice. This one's not. But we have some pretty good ones. Another thing, if we have if your portfolio's on there, your assets on there, you can create charts of your portfolio, which you don't necessarily have available for other sort of things easily. So just like reducing friction of stuff, right? Cool. So let's continue. We're making good progress with fixing a lot of these bugs. Let's see how the tests ran. Nice. We fixed this. Very nice. Very nice. Looks right. The labels. Good. Good. This one's, yeah, we just have to limit it on the amount. Because, yeah. Overall, it looks good. I'm going to look at the... This one could be right. I'm not really sure if maybe it is 0.0. Unlikely, but possible. But overall, pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to look at the changes real quick. We're going to probably commit to make changes to this. So it's an important document. Maybe a scraper. Use FinHub. Yeah. So what are we doing? We have two elements. Like we have a cloud function that's running, collecting data for us, and it is scraping Google Play Store. So right now we're doing that, but our goal is to collect all sorts of different types of data and provide it in a compliant way, though. Nothing too crazy. So we're going to allow like Fred data and stuff like that. You can create charts with that. So you'll be able to click more. Government data has a ton of stuff. Like you can play around, have fun. Overall, though, I am pretty happy with like what's happening here. Like ours is really fast, right? We just tried all three. We tried Gemini, we tried Perplexity, we tried Julius. Ours makes it much faster, and it's the reason why I can do that is because we simplify what the AI has to do, and we basically make some constraints. We have our library, we have what charts look good, and by doing that, we can generate it faster and make a better looking chart. However, it's going to be a little bit hard for the user to customize it if they really want to make a different looking chart. That's kind of what we're sacrificing, I suppose. Because if someone wanted to change maybe this color, I'm trying to think if there's a way we can have a config for the charts, right? There's the basic structure of a chart. There's only so many types of charts, right? So we could build out a huge portfolio of charts, and every chart has a configuration file. And as the user's updating, we're updating the configuration, so we could offer the user customization. There's always going to be constraint about how much customization, but we could offer all the important things. And in some ways, the constraint is useful here, right? If it increases speed, increases how fast you can iterate on it. I mean, for us to iterate on the other platforms is a lot of time, like to wait for each chart to generate. You probably would just be like, all right, this is like, it's just gonna not be a good experience, I guess. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm gonna put that in the notes as well. Sorry if I'm just kind of rambling to you guys, but I'm kind of thinking out loud. If anyone's watching, not really sure. Okay. Solutions. Not only friction, speed. Oops. I'll make this indented, so. And then we add a config for each chart that can be customized by the user in their iterations. Still some constraints, but allows them to create a nice looking chart quickly based on our data or theirs. Because it would actually be pretty easy, unless the data set's really huge, for us to come up with the schema. And then we can just run it through our existing pipeline. It'll work, definitely. So the user could upload whatever data. They're going to get a chart, a really nice looking chart really quickly. And we'll offer them the ability they can iterate design, change the weeks, kind of like what we're doing in all our tests. Change the, so we'll work on this next, but change the y-axis, whatever, right? All right, I was checking the changes before we commit and make more additions. Right now we only support a certain amount of group buys, but we'll add more. I think we'd add occurrences. That's what I was going to do next. I'm going to put that in the notes so I don't forget. Aggregation. Fix labeling and it's just fix labeling essentially. Tests. So we can go ahead and cross off another thing. It's fun part. Let's see. Create a new area for chart mapper. Yep, we did that. Yep. See, I'm telling you guys now, it's just a matter if we can cross off a lot of these. Create a tests. Yeah, let's add this. Actually, I think we might have already added this while we were waiting earlier. Yeah, we did. Nice. Yeah, let's run. We never ran these tests because before we couldn't because it wasn't working. Oops. So I'm gonna run that, and I'll be right back. Sorry, one more time. So the tests are running. I'm going to check in on them. Okay. There's a few things we need to kind of usability things, right? But I don't think that's a hard fix. Nice. That looks pretty good. So I'm going to add that to my notes. Abbreviated. Oh yeah, this is good. I like this one. This is a good one. I like this one. This is a fun test. Okay, so I'm gonna keep looking through these. We have to fix the histogram. The histogram's broken, so put that here. I think I already did put it in the notes. So, okay, we got our first failure. Yeah, histogram's toast. Overall, though, I'm going to cross that out. We got our tests definitely working. We've run it ourselves. So this is good. Don't do this to me. Okay. Okay, so we did that. Bug with research question. So I believe this works now as well. So this is good. But let's double check. Don't want to send the bug part. Ideally it works, but it doesn't need the research. Just so I pasted that. I think it's probably gonna, yeah, it's gonna do this thing. So we'll fix this next, where it's too many years. Should be limited. It looks pretty good as far as everything else. Okay, that's fine. Okay, doc removal code. Yes, we did this as well. We are moving back up the chain. Today's architecture. Yes, we fixed this too. Exciting. Nice. Yes, we fixed this as well. Now we have gotten to here, step below this. So chart render is hard coding percents. We already created a plan right here. So we're going to create this. We're going to send this, I mean. And it's called chart render fix. Take a look at this doc. We are going to implement this and create tests for this particular use case. Add your tests to this. The tests should be structured in a very similar way to these tests. And I'm going to attach the most recent tests we made because they should be designed the same way. It's actually the period labels. Actually, it's fine if I attach the docs actually. It's a really annoying bug. Look at this stock. Cool. Good to go. Tests. While it's doing that, we probably could send a parallel one about limiting. That's a small change. There is the problem of, though, how do you figure out what to limit, right? You have to do like a sample or something. Someone asks for a lot of data. You can only return 15. Maybe for now we just do it. We just have to adjust that it doesn't mess with the title and the heading and stuff. Yeah, I say we do it, like, whatever. If it comes out bad, maybe don't ask for so much data. That is the user's problem. Oh, you do fix the heading. Maybe we should limit it though, by default, right? If they say, hey, one problem we're going to ideate on in this is this idea of listening to the user's question, trying to generate it in a way that respects what they're saying, but we don't want to generate too much so that it messes with the chart. I think this table we could fix, but there's probably defaults we should set. Like, I mean, there's two things with this image. Like, number one, let's try to, this is in the chart renderer, so I'll attach it, but let's try to fix the title and the description so it doesn't look like this in the scenario where there's lots of data. Start with that. Let's go ahead and fix this. So in the scenario where there's lots of data, we're going to fix the table renderer so it doesn't mess with the title and the description. Whenever we have over a certain amount, it kind of does this problem, as you can see. Now attach this table. Oh, cool. So that might already work. I'm going to ask it again.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars, I carve my way. The world's alive. I won't obey. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
That looks pretty good. I like that. What is this? I didn't even ask for this yet.
No need to speak what moves this way. A touch of shifty eyes delay. Within the rest, a spark took flight. You lit the
That's not nice. Whatever.
I feel the tone. Never sharp yet fully known. Your rhythm moves through quiet form. I heard it clear without the norm. When dusk consumes the light, consumes the light. Dusk comes.
So I'm going to go ahead and commit the stuff that we did. That looks good. And discard what it did here because it tried to generate new charts, which we do not want. Go ahead and make a new plan that we're going to evaluate for how to fix this. Examine the existing chart structure. Figure out how many currently hard code the percent data. Create a whole new doc for this and put it in bugs. I bookmarked some other questions I want to try asking our new stuff. So 1 second, let me pull it up. I have no I don't think this will work, but I'm just very curious what happens. Very unlikely that'll work. Hey, it kind of answered our question, actually. That's cool. So I like how you can keep it somewhat vague and be able to get answers to your questions. I'm gonna try a few more I saved here. I want to experiment, see if we can answer these. Hey, Rose, how's it going? We're working on our investment platform here. Has some different types of features. Right now we're working on charts. So we can generate cool charts based on their user question to try to help them answer what's on their mind based on our data sets and things. Let me try this. How does December compare to other months historically? I'm going to leave it open, but I want to compare so we're trying more open-ended questions and seeing if we can answer them. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna look at see if there's any errors. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna send another chat first. This one. Then I should be able to create a new tab. I don't really like how that does that. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, we'll fix that. Okay, we created a new plan. to fix the hard coding percentages on the y-axis. Cool. So just a little change there. Let's see if that other question worked out of curiosity. Ugh, kind of annoying. We'll fix that UI. I'm going to put that in my notes because annoying. Weird UI interactions.
No chains can hold this rebel stride.
So we're updating our doc. We're going to read.
Where dreams collide. Beneath the stars, I carve my way. The world's alive.
Oh yeah, I shouldn't have added it yet because we haven't added those yet. So we only add to that doc when we complete it. Here's the problem. So one thing I want to figure out. So look on the interface MD currently. I think we should use the correct terminology, right? Like we are having the y-axis, we're having the LLM set, the labels in the x-axis. It's kind of different for every chart, but what's the terminology that we're going to use? So it's basically right now the x-axis we're using the I'm just going to pull it up. You know, some software engineering or just yeah, I was a software engineer before, so it definitely helps to know that's or mostly in this process we do designing, like high-level docs. We review the docs, and then we figure out if it makes sense or not, and we keep correcting it. So I'm gonna open the interface. I guess we can open the dock. I forgot what I named it. It's called an instance label. Instance label generally. And now we're creating a new one. We want this to be extremely clear for the LLM to be able to populate these. What's the correct terminology we would use for each of these values? We're just talking first. I don't really know why I removed these actually. These might not exist yet. That's probably why I removed it. Not every one of our charts has an x-axis, y-axis, so we have to figure out a more independent naming scheme. So take a look at our current charts and interface. So, and give us some ideas for what we could call this that's very clear. Because we want the LLM to understand, right? Like when it reads that doc, to be really clear what to populate for each of these. The more clear we make it, less errors. So with the charts, less unpredictable things. To be really clear, sorry, to populate. This is a nice little summary here of all our charts. Each data point represents. Yeah, I also was thinking value unit before it said it, so I think I'm sold on the value unit. Category over... Yeah. I was thinking data point makes more sense. But not every... Okay. I'm thinking more data points, so I'm going data point value unit. Yeah, what's piped across pipeline. You need to make modifications and you also need to add this. This has to be read in the chart renderers as well. So this is a large, it has to span a lot of files here, right? So we're going to develop a plan, another doc for this, so that way it can time to collect everything. So these are our charts. Go ahead and create a doc of how you're going to. This spans a lot of files, so what you're going to do in this doc, you're going to list all the files we're going to change, what we need to change them to, and the general plan. This should be put in a new folder in bugs, specifically for the y-axis hard coding. And you call it the y-axis hard coding implementation plan. So we're creating our little doc. So I'll show you guys where we're at today. Did a lot of things. We started working on this, kind of went in the rabbit hole, and now we're working our way back up. We're now here. And then once we solve this problem, basically these were all problems that we need to solve before we could accomplish our main goal, which is having it so we can allow the user to not only upload their own data sets and create charts, but generate charts from our mobile app data that we're collecting. Right now we can do these two, and we're getting there. We're probably let's see how many hours we have. Okay, there's a chance we'll finish it today, whether that happens or not. Remains to be seen. So right now we're creating a new implementation plan. It's kind of our general strategy.
Beneath the stars. No change beneath the stars.
Yep, this looks all right so far. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, not bad. Oh, well, we can't do that, actually. Hmm. Kind of realizing we can probably fix another thing. Weeks, months, years being a limit for in-period application. I think it might be possible. Aggregation. What? How did that happen? What am I pressing, bro? Aggregation. But for now, we're going to remove that. Yeah, that's pretty good. A little confused about this. Apply the same pattern to each render. Oh, I see. I get it. Okay. Okay, this is the part we remove. See, we have to read the whole thing. All renders default to... I do not want this. Likes to make sure we will have bugs. Okay, cool. I'm gonna remove the rest of this because we're gonna create a new doc for the testing. I'm gonna put on some chiller music now. Cool, so this looks pretty good. I would say we're ready to go. Didn't mean to quit it though. It looks pretty good. Let's create a new document called testing plan under the same folder. And what it's going to be very similar to this other testing plan we created. We're going to use a more probabilistic testing integration test for this. Same way we did before. I'll show you. Okay, so go ahead and create that document. The reason why it's probabilistic is because we want the LLM to kind of examine the chart, and we're going to pass on whether the chart makes sense or not. The reason is just like sometimes they'll generate a chart that technically like is okay, like it has a lot of elements, but then like something's overlapping something else, and just kind of easier just to have it pointed out to us this way, instead of trying to have a very explicit test about every little thing. The downside is that it's sometimes will give you some failures that are not necessarily failures. But for our case, we don't really care too much about that. Don't open the other one. I'm going to remove, I'll show you what I mean. If we don't remove this, it's going to say, hey, you don't have anything about apps. There's a chance it's going to try to add something, so I'm going to say no to that. No, stop. As an example. I think that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, we're going to do this LM evaluation in our test as well. Because it just helps us find stuff. All right, I'm less concerned about the tests. If they're not good, it's fine. We can always... Okay, cool. Let's start it. Not commit anything that we have backlog here. Guess we commit this. Just one thing, make sure in the... That's fine. I'll do it after. Sorry, I did it in the wrong order. Let's implement testing plan. This fix first. Oh, one thing. So we're doing the test first and add the completed tests in testmd. So recently we've been running the building the test first. We got a nice... I guess while the tests are running, we can do it on another... build the tests in one and the... Go ahead and build out this implementation plan here. Once you're done, go check. So right now what we're doing, if anyone's joining, we created our doc and we ran it and we're doing the implementation and the tests at the same time. So we're here on our steps for, as we were working on this, we went down this rabbit hole of many different kinds of things we had to fix first. And this is the last thing. And then we can continue our implementation of this. We have our doc ready to go. And the tests also for the plan. So while it does that, I suppose we can experiment a little bit with more questions. All right, this one doesn't work. That's right. I'm curious why it doesn't. We could... Should be just kind of like a line chart, kind of like this, right? I like, one for Microsoft, one for Apple. So it'll be interesting to see what it's doing there. Well, you have the script, so we can read it real quick and see where it went wrong. So it's just a temporary variable here. Data. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I think it actually does work. What happened was it's a little weird, our data set. We have SPY in another place, and these two in another place. So I think what it is, it queried SPY in the same place as these two. So let's go ahead and try something, which is leaving this one out. I think we maybe tried that earlier, so I'm a little confused then. We'll see what that one comes up with. So I'm gonna leave this out. Got SPY. Maybe to help it out a little bit, I'm gonna make it the ticker just to see if it works. Curiosity. Oh, we created our tests. They should all fail because we haven't implemented it. Well, once this finishes. Will these output in the output folder? Can we create a general structure? Because every time I have to ask you this. So can we make like a thing somewhere that we can just easily attach to each test so that it'll output the logs into the same format we've been doing, like into the folder. Should have a log file, look at the general structure for how we're doing the tests. I want it so I can just easily just bring it in to each test. Also, just talk with him first. How would this look? I actually don't know how that would. Ideally, just like some sort of like logger library tracker thing that will output it to a file and create the directory. So I don't need to keep asking it for every test. Context manager. Okay, how would this look? Yeah, that's fine. So how would this work exactly? Is it like some library that it just captures all the logs and then just puts it into a file? And also the output, outputting to a folder. Did all the tests that you made, do they do that? They output to our output folder for tests. Okay, it already does. Cool. They did it this time. Oh, nice. It already does. Okay, great. I guess this time it did because I attached the planning file for the last set of tests we did. So I guess this time it did the right stuff for our tests. So that's good. And we'll look, see how the progress is going. So I added these kind of utility functions for all of our renderers, which will be used. Renders actually look pretty good. I really like how I made the changes pretty targeted. Didn't really change a whole lot, just changing the labels, which is what it should do. This is for our mapper. I think that's fine. If it's doing that for every single one, we're in good shape. Yep, they're all the same. Good. Good. They're all doing the right stuff, I think. This is where more changes will be. So, 2 points, yes. This part, no. So, don't want. This is why I wanted to remove the app data examples. I don't want it. Okay, cool. So we'll just go in there and change that. So it's just this right here, app scores. It should be January effect. I meant to type app scores, not that. App scores. Yep, I think all that's good. See, it likes to add this like fallback stuff, so we're going to remove that because I don't want it. Because then we can see if there's problems easily. So it's result.get. Value units. I just remove this. Cool. It says it created the tests. Didn't really want it to. So great, the mapper's test still passed, but now the ultimate test of running the test package. Let's go ahead and check it out. So it should have added in our test MD the command. It's kind of like we keep this running folder, has all of our tests here. So we're going to find what's the command is to run it. Looks like here. So see how that goes. Those pass. It's pretty promising. Well, I guess while it runs, we're going to run some manual tests. We actually need an example. What's an example I can run for? I want to do work on our financial data. So just give me a question that won't be percents. Maybe it's like occurrences or something. So just give me an example question. Don't make any changes. Yeah, okay. So that's literally the exact thing I put in, so whatever. I kind of wanted other examples, but it's all right. Hey, that's pretty good, actually. I mean, the chart isn't good, but... I mean, what else could you say? You know what I mean? I think that's an indicator that this worked. However, I do want to try this in some different types of charts. Make this line chart, a bar chart. You could do this, right? The way you'd make a chart, a bar chart would be 12 bars for each month. I actually have never tried it with this many bars, so I mean, 1 bar for each month, 12 bars. Let's see what it does. Well, it did work because the y-axis is occurrences. So that's good. I guess I didn't specify. I specified, I mean, that's my bad, right? I should specify. So there's a bar chart with each. I haven't tried this X point on the x-axis being month. So data point. So the, well, I'm gonna keep it just this. Let's see if that works. Oh, I should probably move in 2024. Oh, you're kidding. That actually works. Guys, I'm actually pretty stoked. It is so cool. It even fixed the thing where like the x-axis was like going way over size. That's cool. All right, let's see how the tests passed. Oh, it's over here. It's still running. Let me see what the output is. Looks pretty good. Nice. That's great. These are percents. Cool. Nice. Actually, it added something to our tables, which we didn't have before. It usually would have just been years, and that's cool. Nice. These are all really good. I mean, this one's a little... Could probably zoom in a little bit. So, I mean, this tells you, hey, SPY and QQQ, they're extremely correlated. But that's not hard to know. But still a nice chart. Hey, Shri Hari. So I put the website is not deployed right now. I took down the back end because we want to figure out a few things about what we're gonna store. So like we're gonna basically I'm gonna fix a few things and we'll deploy it again. But is Collabor down? Let me look. That's kind of interesting. That's like the 3rd time, right? Like pretty recent. Pretty recently. Let me look. I'm not seeing anything. Unless it literally just happened. I guess we go to their website. All links are down. You mean in my description? Your website's in the description. Really? Let me try it, I guess. It should be working. All of them except the Prism data feed. I'll click around. Let me see. No, they're loading for me. Maybe there's some sort of problem. Yeah, they're all loading for me. Shri, I'm not really sure. Maybe, like you said, maybe it's specific to India. I guess it could be. I'm gonna commit that. I'm actually really happy these changes. More dynamic labeling completed. See how many tests passed for these changes. Looks like we have 3 failed. I'm gonna click through them. Okay, these are the ones that failed, I think. Let me make sure. But unit fix levels. Oh, it looks fine to me. Oh, that's Univix returns. Okay, got it. Pretty sure this one's wrong. Oh, it just didn't. We saw that error before on the front page. Oh, I know why this one is. We baked in that this graph has to be SPY. So it's like a comparison graph. So we just have to uncouple that. We should allow other things to be the comparison graph. Yeah. Let's see. Year-over-year growth rate, the S&P. This one's a little weird. Return. Yeah. I'll put that in my notes here. So it's the unit January effect. Tests. We need to allow for the comparison chart, bar chart, to benchmark against other things other than SPY. Okay, cool. Now we get to do the exciting stuff. We have gone all the way up the list today. And now we get to the final, your live stream timings. I don't know what you mean, Shri. Is it going super calm? It's going really well. How about you? So we made this yesterday. I think actually we made this design doc. It was the end of the day. We started to go down this rabbit hole. Then we started to go more down this rabbit hole. And then we just like worked one thing at a time, created tests. And now we can finally implement the big thing. But before we do, I'm going to go ahead and double check the plan. Go into our tests, our docs, I mean. So we were in the bugs folder. Now we're going to go back to our mobile app data folder. And we're going to look at the proposed iteration 2. That's where we left off. And we're going to look at it and remind ourselves how this is going to work. This is our current architecture down here. It's for our market data. I have lost it. This is a long ass document. Holy shit, bro. Where the hell is it? big is this document? That's crazy. Okay. Okay, so it should be right down here. What? Like literally to scroll this doc, I have to. All right. Whatever. So it's gonna take us a while to read this, clearly. Oh, here it is. How did I miss it? I must have like been scrolling really fast. I don't understand. I'm from the US. Okay. So current architecture. Market goes here. We're creating a separate for the initial part of the pipeline. Create new helpers, create everything. The reason is because for each types of data, we want the prompt to be a little different for the LLM to direct it a little better. We'll attach the schema. Most of it will be similar, and that's why at the end it kind of reconnects. And for each type of data, we'll add a new section. Like, hey, you're gonna read this schema. Here's what you need to know. We're gonna add a generalized one so people can update their own. They can upload their own data. But we want specific prompts for each data to try to optimize the reduce the amount of errors that we get. We will always get some. This is probabilistic, but we can reduce it. So that's our goal with doing this. And another thing is like when we separate it out like this, we don't have to pass as much context, which will increase performance as well, and accuracy, I meant. So we're not passing in the library for the financial helpers, because those will be different. Maybe some similarities. There's no such thing as a yearly drawdown for a mobile app analysis. So it's kind of a necessary thing to pass in, is the idea. So before we continue, I want to do what we've been doing recently is we create a folder where we name the feature. This is kind of, I like it a little, the structure a little better. We kind of did that with mobile app data, but this is going to be a mobile app data pipeline. And the other docs will be sort of just our iteration docs moved. And we're going to create a test plan in there too. We're going to rename this doc. So just implementation plan, because it's in this folder. Now we're going to create testing plan, which just we're going to create that right now. Looks like we didn't do it yet. I thought we did, but. So we're going to clear this because we're done with it. Take a look at plan. I want you to work on the testing plan for this feature. It should have integration and unit tests. We already have some tests, so it should evaluate. Sorry, it's 9. So I'm doing a test.md, attach our test folder. We should already have some tests that will cover quite a lot of what we're doing here, but we're going to create some new tests because we're creating a new segment out of the pipeline. It will reconnect again, but it's going to be a separate section. So we're going to need unit tests for that, and then I think our integration tests don't really cover mobile app data, so let's create another set for that as well. So should be a lot of things. So I'll start that. I'll make sure I committed everything first. Docs. Boom. I'll close some tabs here. Okay, while it creates the testing plan, we can start the implementation on this one. But I'm going to make since this is a pretty huge change, this next part, I'm going to ask it to create another doc. For this implementation plan, can you create an overview doc? This should have all the files that are going to be changed, all the files that are going to be created. It's kind of fun. I'm going to run a bunch of these, actually. This is actually getting kind of cool. So let's say we do 2020. Kind of curious. I think there were some crazy days in 2020. If I do 3%, it should be all, if we validate this, it should be like a ton in February and March. April. Nice. That's exactly right. That's so cool. Okay, let's say we say down, should be again March, April. And did you guys notice how fast it was? That's a really important component of this too. Times was SPY down. Nice. That's cool. Okay, so I created a new doc, all the files to create, files to modify, add helper, set parameter. Mobile app mappings. So two things we're going to correct in our plan. Firstly, we're going to create new chart mappers for the mobile app data because it's going to be different schema coming in. So it's going to map differently. So it's going to be a whole, you call it mobile app mapper, and we're going to duplicate all those files. Not duplicate, but modify them. And mobile app shape validation. Not really sure why we need to modify this. Or this one, for that matter. I'm going to start with this first thing, though. Number 2, can you explain why we need to modify the executor and the validator? Don't do it in the doc, do that here with me. Don't do that in the dark. Pretty edgy. What are some other fun questions we could ask? I wonder, we could ask intraday questions. How many times did SPY have a movement intraday of 3% or more? It should be a very similar chart in 2020. Should have this data. Wait, do we? We might not have this data. Oh, we do. Nice. That's exactly right. That's cool. All right. Let's try some other fun ones. How many times did SPY... Let's try like a correlation one. How many times did SPY... How many times was SPY... down while Microsoft was up in 2020? Ah. So not very many. What? Is that true? It's really not, right? Is it really that correlated? Let's try one that's like really not correlated at all. I don't know if we have this in our data set though. We may or may not. We should definitely pull it in if we don't. That seems suspicious. Would it not be more than that? In February and March, expect to be like every day. Check the script here. Hey, maybe. I guess it's possible. Because if it wasn't in the data set, it just returned an error, most likely. Unless it made up some other thing to compare it to. Let's try gold. Do we have gold? I don't think so. I don't think we have any gold stocks or anything. We'll see though. It's a little suspicious. Let me reload here. I'm looking at the scripts. What did it use for gold? Oh, if SPY's not gone, yeah. So if it wasn't here, also we must have gold in our data set. Otherwise, it wouldn't have worked. Or just return an error. Cool. We should put an inverse index or something in here so we can... I'm gonna add these to our tests. There's some other fun questions. We have Chinese ETF, so we could see how many times was SPY down while... Maybe I could just put a Chinese ETF up and I can figure it out. Oh, well, I figured out not to call. Let's see if this works though. How did it figure out not to call it? It's kind of weird. I kind of doubt this would work unless it can somehow figure out, hey, we don't have this in our data set. Oh, but we have this guy who's close. That's kind of nice. Can do that. He's probably going to error out. Anyways, I'm going to look at the tests. So we generate all of our tests. Let's look at this, the validator. We were asking questions. Let me, the executor runs compute with helper functions. That's true. Oh, that's true, actually. Nah. Yeah. And here's what I'm thinking. The LLM already is putting in to our data set that we're kind of, it's like our state. I think we call our state of our pipeline into, it puts in what helpers it called. It's already there. We did that for earlier today. So we could just pass it to the executor. The executor calls it. But we have a different data set and everything. Why do we need to do this again? Question is, do we create a new one or do we try to adapt this one? I think my preference is just to scope it, to be honest. It's just like, it's fine, you know? Just create new files. We'll make a generalized one at some point where it's like, people can put in their own data set, but I think this makes it easier. You don't have to maintain. Yeah, let's go ahead and just create a separate executor and validator for the mobile app. So mobile app executor, mobile app validator, and change the plan. So change the architecture in that plan. And then that was the first thing I said, which I don't think it did respond to. Go ahead and explain too that we're going to create new mappers too in this implementation plan for the mobile apps. However, we will not modify the chart renders. That is off limits. Any changes that any mapping should be done in the mapping files. So we got our test plan here. None of them will pass. I will go ahead and, oh, hasn't actually implemented yet. Okay, go ahead and start implementing these tests. All right, you can't implement yet until we actually have some of the files. That's right. Yeah, sure. But we can do the first two. Yeah, let's go ahead and implement the first two, 1 and 2. For these tests, though, you're going to need to bring in a sample mobile data set. I'll attach the folder. So what we do for our tests is we take in we create a small portion, so they run much faster. What you should do is get a sample of this. It should just make up a ton of data. Right now, there's like only 1 data points for each mobile app, but just make up maybe make like 20 days of data, and that's what we're going to use for our tests. So the first step, just do that first part. Make this research, or this, call it a mobile app test data set, and put it in tests. That might take a while, because that's going to be a lot of writing. Okay, so this one didn't work. I do believe we have a Chinese ETF stored in ours. It's FXI. We have FXI. Let's try it. Also, oh, perfect. Huh. I'll try to find one that's really not correlated, like 100%. That way we can validate that. Do VIX. This should be like really correlated. It should be like 30. What is this? Or uncorrelated, I guess. Word here. It's correlated. Seriously? That seems a little strange. Let's just find out. Should be the exact inverse. Okay, something's wrong here because that doesn't make sense. Oh, it does. It does. It does. Because SPY wasn't down every day, right? So now we'll ask, how many times was SPY down in 2020? And then the numbers should all add up. So this should, well, then we can validate. So March 3 plus 9, 12. February 1 plus 9, 10. Nice. January. Cool. Addition. It works. May. Nice. Yep. Looks good. All adds up. So seems to be working. So yeah, I guess this is right. Let's try some different charts. So if I ask this question and I say, make this a line chart, what will it do? No idea. I don't think that makes sense, but how do you even make a chart like that? I think we tried the line chart for 2. It didn't work, so I don't think it'll work for this. So I think we already tried this. We tried Microsoft and Apple. Yeah. We'll try to fix that one. But we do have to ask a question that makes sense. We can't just like, let's experiment with the table. Make this a table. Each point being a month. Nice. That's cool. What does that mean though? Percent of total what? That doesn't really make sense to me. Monthly counts of SPY down. So let's look at the script because I don't really understand. I actually don't want to do this one. Nice. So only file to modify. This is all creating new files. Sounds pretty good. Okay, did you make sure to update this as well? How did they pass? We haven't... I just ran the test, but we haven't implemented anything yet, so... I gotta do that. Okay. Okay, so it hasn't updated this yet. Oh, Chedon, have you been here this whole time? That's cool. He was locking in. See you later, dude. Were we working together? That's pretty neat. Co-working. I won't go to the gym today. I went yesterday. I should go every other day. gym is important. Okay, I'm going to ask what percent of total would mean in this context. It doesn't really make sense. Oh, I see. It's the percent of the entire year's events that happened in that specific month. That actually makes sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense reading it, but it does make sense hearing it. So I'm going to attach the script to make sure. So it's updating our implementation doc. Gonna wait on the tests. Oh, I see. I see that cloud code is now auto-filling or auto. If I press enter here, is that going to send it? I'm not going to at the moment, but that's kind of neat. Hey PSK, how's it going? Yeah, check it out, man. This is so cool. Like, honestly, I'm really stoked. We can ask all types of questions that are actually pretty fun. So, how many times was Spy down while Vix was up? Make this a bar chart with each point in the x-axis. We can make all sorts of things now. Tables. It's kind of weird. This is from before. Yeah. And we're going to implement our master plan next, which is mobile app data. We'll be able to make charts on mobile app data. So that's fun. But for now, let's maybe just keep testing so we can see if something breaks. We were confused on like what this meant. And what it's saying is percent of total. So how many, out of all the occurrences, what percent was this? It's kind of confusing reading though. So we investigated that today, right? We were going on Julius. There's two components to this. Number one, it's like the package, everything together. It knows your portfolio, knows what type of investor you are. But number two, like ours is actually really good. Like it's very fast. We tried to use Julius, we tried to use Perplexity. And then the second component of it being very fast, I mean, the second advantage is like the charts that we make out of the box are much nicer. Like they look good. I'll show you what it looks like in Julius. So this is Julius. I had to iterate to get this one though. The first one is this one. And they take much longer. So as a comparison, here's ours. This one we fixed this bug here, so in case you're wondering. This is ours. We do the same on Perplexity. It fails. But you can get it to work with Perplexity. You just can't attach your own data. With Gemini, it can generate a nice looking chart, but it's just slow. And you need to attach a reference image. So I'll show you. I'm gonna make sure that Gemini tab is safe. It's this one here. So this is what it generates, right? I'm pretending I'm a user. It generates this. It's like, okay, can't use that. You can, like maybe like you'd much rather use the other one, I think. The way that we're faster is we just like, we help the LLM a lot by providing like helper functions. And we try to reduce and if you notice, we're using the Flash model. So it's able to do all this stuff and answer these questions and iterate on the chart. You can specify like what type of chart you want to use. And so I'll show you how quick it is. If we say like, we'll do 2 new ones. So just say how many times was gold down while Microsoft was up in 2020. Oh, we have to fix that. Sometimes it stops realizing that we should auto-attach the data to our questions, and then it goes to the default LLM. Don't really know why. So there we go. It's like 7 seconds. We can do a little side-by-side. Julius, if you want. It takes a while, but you can test it yourself if you want. It takes... yeah, thanks, man. I'm pretty stoked. Today was like serious progress. Like, it took a while to get this to work. Like, I would say 40% of the time was probably working on, maybe even 50% now is just working on that, like how to make that fast, and that the labels changed on the x-axis and the y-axis, not like hard-coded, all that stuff. Both documents, dude, cool. So we're ready to start this plan. We implemented some of the tests. We can't do all of them yet. What we're doing now, yeah, SCT, we use a warp for the actual running of our front end and back end, but I prefer the cloud code instances because I kind of have my own setup here. Like, I'll show you. I have hotkeys mapped so I can like move it around, and I prefer that because with the warp, it's a little bit, if I want to read this, I have to like do this kind of thing. It's kind of, I don't know, my favorite. But it's good for the terminals. Guessing subscription based. Yeah, exactly. Subscription of probably like 20, 30, and then we'll maybe have like, maybe a little more actually, 30, 40, 90. 99 actually would be the most, so 3 probably. 99 would be like, that's when we would actually give you special data sets like this mobile app data set. So this will have a few available that you can use, like Airbnb, Carvana, or maybe the premium users. But if you want like all or a specific more niche one, like C Group, which is like international, and they're very, their whole company is like a mix of mobile apps. That stuff you would have to pay more for. Yeah, exactly. It's a data visualizer, not even just for finance too. We're going to have it so you can upload, and that's actually going to be pretty simple with how we've set it up. So you just upload any CSV, you'll be able to generate a bunch of cool charts. And it's going to be fast, and it's going to look good out of the box. We have this one, the scatter plot. Well, I'll show you guys. I think what I'm going to do is make a demo page with all the charts because we don't have that right now. It's just like to generate them. But yeah, mostly people are probably going to use it for finance stuff. And on the today's brief, it gives you 3 every day. It'll be sending it to your email based on your portfolio. These ones are all broken. We're going to fix the histogram. This one's not working. Team and seat system. Well, that'd be kind of interesting. I haven't even thought about that. That would be more, I guess this is more, you're thinking more an institution tool. I guess I kind of thought that this would be more like a retail, maybe mid-level. I feel like institutional people, they got their own stuff. They got Bloomberg. They probably wouldn't find too much value in what we're doing. This is more for someone who's like, oh, I don't have a lot of time to check my stuff and read the news, and I'd prefer to just have it all come to me, and maybe I get some interesting data. and you kind of know like some things. That's kind of what I'm thinking. However, with that said, if we do make the chart system good enough, like maybe like we were looking at, you know, this, like these guys are making all these charts, like someone has to do that, right? It's probably not AI making this stuff. These ones are pretty good. Yeah, so multiple people have said that to us. We did implement it on another branch, the trading view. I haven't switched yet because I kind of like this animation, and I just would like if I could achieve this smooth thing with the trading view. But I understand that definitely it's probably better for traders. They have that chart. We're using a recharts, I believe. Okay, anyways, so I created the tests. Now we're gonna actually start the implementation. I'm gonna read the doc real quick before we continue. Yeah, so we're collecting our own data. We have a cloud function that's running every day. It scrapes mobile app data, so we get from Google Play Store. Right now we're collecting 60 apps, collecting their installs, daily installs. We do samples on the reviews. So that's for the mobile app data. For the actual market data, we're using Y-Finance to start, but we're going to switch once we get going to, I think it's like IEF. Saved it somewhere. Pull it up here. But yeah, some other one, IEF data, which is 15 minutes delayed, but you know, getting real time way too expensive, like you said. Like you're going to be spending $2,000 a month, so we're definitely not doing that. Okay, we're going to read this implementation plan. I want to make sure, number one, it likes to add fallback stuff, fallback logic, and backwards compatibility. And we're going to make sure it doesn't do that because it's kind of annoying when it creates weird bugs. Oh, I think that this was a prior file, so you can't really search like this. I'm a CS major, and I worked for 4.5 years as a engineer. Yeah, definitely not like a... The reason why we're calling it vibe coding is because there's no real term for heavily using AI, but doing the high level planning. Like it's like a in between, you know? So I use the vibe coding term. Because for all the implementation stuff, you know, the actual low level programming, we're using AI. And then we just validate that everything is according to plan. We write tests. So this actually wasn't updated. Because this is no longer the case. Did you? It seems like you didn't update. You didn't update in the doc the files to modify, because we're not going to modify those anymore. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely requires knowledge, right? I mean, you can't, like, if you just start, you can make some prototypes and stuff, right? Maybe one day it'll be able to kind of do everything out of the box for you, but not quite. quite yet. Let's modify. So I see, like, because you didn't specify that we're creating a new executor and validator. Yeah. Demeet, I'm gonna send this. I'm not going to I'm not to dismiss you or anything. It's just if you want to look at what I was working on, feel free to rewind a little bit, because I try not to say it too much. Because people will be like, man, the stream is just him repeating over and over what he's working on. So I try to do it once every few hours what I'm working on. So. You should tell your vibe coding setup a video. Yeah, I probably should make a video of that. I should just point people to the videos when they ask questions. That'd probably be the best idea. By the way, guys, if you want to join the Discord, feel free, because we're kind of making like a little community. If you're interested in joining, I'll put it in the chat, I guess. Brand scaling up. Yeah. So it's still updating the implementation doc. We're going to add some more questions maybe. Let's come up with something different. We know one is failing. It's the line chart comparison. If I ask, like, make a line chart comparing performance of Microsoft in 2020. I think it doesn't work right now for some reason. Let's see. Freelance brands, yes, if you know, you know, it's true. Vibe coding is relating to setup and a model, the legendary setup. Hey, that worked, cool. So I wonder why it didn't work before. Let's try adding a third one. So if I say, I think last time I attached SPY. So 2020 was COVID year. Okay, that worked. How many can I add? Let me try. BY, BLD, FXI. Okay. So FXI is the, yeah, dude. I put about 110 hours, I would say, into this so far. 2 of the days we were working on this library in the chat, I mean in the description, it's like it's a bunch of tools for creators, like to create reels, service to use as storage for image. We're just using Fire storage. Are you working a job or something? What do you do? So I saved some from my jobs previously, and I'm just kind of going in on this. I really love doing this, so for me it's like it's not too much of a grind. I just really like it. So I mean, if you see my channel, I have like 2 months worth of streams of just kind of making games. So to me, this is just a really something I wanted to try to commit to, I guess. So I have some runway. Okay, so this works. Let's try something else maybe. So let's make a line chart with correlating Microsoft. I've only tried this with 2 companies. Let's add like a bunch. So SPY, GLD. Make it a little clearer. declarations in 2020. So that's like a correlation chart or something, where the values aren't percents. It's like 1 to -1. And we can maybe explore making this an API, because we tried to investigate whether there's an API to create charts like this, and we couldn't find one. This is actually kind of interesting. Okay, so it looks like the correlation only did the 2, Microsoft and SPY. There might be some limitation there, not really sure. Yeah, I use Firebase. I just use Firebase and Google Cloud for everything. Just create a deploy script and Vercel for the front end for now. Okay, we're going to read the doc again because I made some changes. So files to create, and then no files to modify except just this, which is what we want. Yeah, exactly. Charts matter most. These questions don't really apply. So I like to remove stuff that's not, because it just confuses the LLM and the implementation. I'm going to remove this because it just doesn't really matter at the moment. Tried Coolify self-host because it's more cheap. Yeah, I haven't tried that. I've also heard Hetzner, pretty cheap. It might be worth exploring. I'm going to specify here. Not applicable. Yeah, that's right. So we don't need, if it's not applicable, just delete it, you know. Doesn't really need to be here. Not applicable. We'll start with just a few. Yeah, definitely. Like, I agree. For me, it's made this process a lot more fun because you get to focus on the higher level design. There's a lot of parts about programming that can be kind of tedious, in my opinion, because, you know, whether it's just like going from file to file, changing, just refactoring something, it's kind of a little boring. That's just my opinion now. I know everyone is different there. Some people like that, and that's fine. So we've changed it. So now we're no longer, we're kind of just like totally separate except for the last few steps. We don't need to include this, so I'm going to remove it. problem that one helpful thing is like try not to have unnecessary comments, because one problem we ran into is we had these kind of annoying comments all throughout our code base that were like saying the wrong thing. And so when it would read it, every time we'd like make changes in that area, it's like, oh, but there's this component. It's just like this random comment. So try not to, if you notice it's adding just things, even if it's not code, the comments can like influence how it, the generations. So I like to just go through and delete unnecessary things. We don't need to put this everywhere, but it's separate. This is our prompts. I do want to make sure that this prompt is similar. I think it is. Yeah, I don't think it changed this, so to our other prompts. Their helper functions. Compare apps, rating trend, sentiments. Oh, one thing, with the test, did you make sure to add in our sample data? Actually, I can just look. Yeah. I don't see it. All right, is this it? No. Yeah, it didn't, I guess. With the test, did you go ahead and... Yeah, thank you, Meltosh. We'll fix that for sure. Right now, the backend isn't even deployed, because we're going to fix a few things before I deploy it again. I'll probably deploy it in a few days from now. 1 or 2 days. Go ahead and add the sample data. So what you should do is take a look at this. Look at this data set. I want you to use this for the test data. So just make a new folder. It should be called mobile app data test. Duplicate this and just add some more days. Add 5 days, maybe 10 days of data. We're going to use this for testing when we're done. So just create this. I'm pretty sure I asked that earlier, so I'm a little bit confused where it is. Maybe I just didn't send it or something. So here's our data. We have the date, the new reviews, the recent average change, rating change from previous day. That's cool. And we have our organic, that's the fun part. Organic score, frustration ratio, response rate. So we'll track those. We got our competitor apps that we bring in, so we could run some comparisons. Okay. I'm going to double check something. So with this implementation plan, did you make sure it matches the schema in... Also, if we haven't already created a schema, like a master schema of all this data, please make that because it's important for our implementation. So put it in this research data folder. Okay. So I created this mobile app data test folder. Good. Here now we have a lot of tests and so I'm seeing this confused because we didn't start the implementation yet. So I'm wondering why this is here. So it must have started to implement some things. So I'm going to go ahead and remove these. Yeah. That's a good idea, Miltosh. Create some sort of doc. You know, what we could do is just analyze the transcripts of these videos and just build a little wiki for sure. Ask it to create all the stuff for us there. Okay, this looks good. It's just tests and data. Hey, Austin, how's it going? I'd say the vibes have been pretty good. Making steady progress. Show you. You can ask all types of questions. Say, for example, you're like, make this a bar chart. How many times was gold down while Microsoft was up in 2020? You can say what type of chart you want, what you want on each axis, and it will try to build it. If you give nonsensical information, though, it will fail. But so far, it's pretty good. So we're slowly getting that done. You can attach. Right now, we're working on the mobile app data, so you can start making charts on the mobile app data. When we were working on it today, kind of just like went over. We had a lot of bugs and things, and we're finally getting to that part here. So hopefully we'll get that done today. Maybe not today because it's getting. I'll probably stop around 9 hours here. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, same here. I'm pretty fired up today because we got this cool stuff working. Exciting. We had a long period of just fixing bugs, but we just needed to kind of just grind through that part, I guess. And we're good, roughly. Just need to do a little more planning, I think. I'd say that's definitely one thing I learned is I feel like we're kind of refining our process. Oh yeah, and this is really fast. So this is one of my favorite parts about this is like when you run this, it's like 7 seconds, I would say. You attach the data, you don't even need to attach it anymore. Yeah, pretty cool. Got a little more feedback too. So let's try one of these. I don't have the questions anymore here. Let's see if I ask. Because we removed it because it's too long. Okay, here it is. So here's the question. We'll run this real quick. Just to see how long this harder question takes. Project, definitely For us, we have some system prompts, but I think the system prompts, honestly, have not helped much because as much as I would have hoped, I think it helps somewhat because a lot of times it kind of ignores it, I feel like. So I'm not really sure. But as far as like the prompt engineering for getting this to work, we spent definitely some time like minimizing the stuff we're sending so that way it doesn't mess up the charts and just getting it precise, like the language. But it did a lot of that for us, right? Like it generated the prompts for kind of being a master chart maker or whatever. I forgot exactly what it said, but so it's good we clarified this. One thing with our implementation here, we wanted to make sure it matched the actual schema of our data before it started implementing, and it found in our plan, our document over here, that it wasn't matching. No, I don't know what there. So I think that's probably somewhere. This is a very big file, so sure. Here it is. I think it's, oh, here it is, yeah. Each part of our product has its own technical documentation. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's cool. What we do is, I think we're maybe doing something similar because, let me see, let me know if this is kind of what you're doing. You probably have more structure. For us, we have our, let me pull up our docs. Whenever I'm working on a particular part of the, like a feature, I create these folders, which will keep the architecture of that. So for our main pipeline, we have this folder, which has everything. But I think you're talking about, maybe you're talking about, actually it sounds like the same, right? Maybe what you do though, do you do the actual project system prompt? Like you put that into Cloud Code? Or do you actually attach the files like how I'm doing? I usually attach a folder that has like a set of files, architecture, tests. I have our test stock, which has like all of our commands. So that's here. So that way it always keeps making the commands and making, like, updating this document. That way we can run after every, the changes that are important. It's kind of, master schema, documenting all raw structures. Cool. I'm going to read that. Nice. That's probably correct. Okay, docs. Okay, so I'm going to start this implementation. I'm going to read it one more time, I guess. Doesn't hurt. Okay, the schema. Oh, decision needed. Okay, glad I read it. Let's see what's... Reuse existing chart types. Yes. So we're definitely reusing the existing chart types. Oh, see, we got to make sure to remove this. I'm just going to remove because we should have already specified. Up there that we are not. We're using some of that. It's asking a lot of questions, which we already answered. Mm-hmm. We don't really care about the next steps. It's just not super important. Yep, that's right. Already read this stuff, so fine. Oh, yep. We should not remove this stuff. Oops. Okay, so I think it's okay, but I'm gonna keep scrolling to the bottom here. Make sure it's not. Okay, we remove all the stuff about testing, because we already have a testing plan. Oh, this is way too much stuff for the, I'm glad we don't have, should just be 2 things. Wow, okay, yeah. Honestly, this stock went a little bit too in detail here. Wait. Do not need all of this. We already, like, some of the stuff is just repeated over and over again, so I'm just going to remove all of it. Actually, is this the interface doc? Is that what it's doing here? I might leave this just. Okay, what I want you to do, validate that everything in what we're going to do is just talk about it. So don't update any doc. Let's just talk about what would be different based on this. The general structure should be the same. So we're talking high level. This is just try to catch bugs before it happens a little bit, and then we'll run it. This is a long running task, so. Oh, thanks, Andre. If Andre's here. I see. Does this send it to everybody? Something. It's kind of spammy. Whatever. Okay, so looking at this, no patterns. All right, we've got to add that. Oh yeah, so I'm glad we checked that. Yes, please add patterns YAML. Good, good, good. Also, we need an interface, app interface, MD similar to interface MD. Did you add that to the implementation doc? Yeah, lot to add here. But I think we're getting close. We go ahead and probably launch it. But as far as like whether this is gonna work today, probably gonna leave it till tomorrow. So I'm probably gonna summarize real quick what we did today. We fixed a lot of bugs. We went up the list, and we are getting to the point where we're about to implement this new feature. These are the types of questions that we can ask now. We can ask it to generate specific charts. We can specify what points should be on each axis, and we can iterate on the chart. It's pretty fast. All those things we kind of accomplished today by making the X and Y axis decoupled from the render so we can make it anything we want. So we spent a lot of time working on that. And tomorrow what we're going to do, we can generate line charts and everything else, tables. What we're going to do tomorrow is implement the final step of the plan, which is going to allow us to create charts based on mobile app data. Right now we can learn about mobile app data, what we have that we're collecting every day, but we do not have the ability to send it through our chart pipeline. That is the next step of our plan. And we've created some tests for that plan. It's kind of our process: create the tests first, then go ahead and implement after we design, iterate on the design doc, and we are at the point where we're going to implement. So it's a quick summary. I'm gonna head out. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Thanks for watching.